Chapter 1170, IBE. Lindong's voice interrupted Nyahongo's thoughts. Returning to her senses, she explained, Amber City is one of the 8 most famous main cities in the Spirit Cage realm, while Jiangyang City is merely a second-tier city. Although the two cities are in the same direction, the distance is still a little far away, with several first-tier cities in the middle of the distance. From here to Amber City, if we follow the speed of the colt carriages, it would take roughly more than 3 months to reach there, if no surprises are to be expected. More than 3 months? Is it that far? When we left Amber City in the first place, we didn't travel that far, right? I remember that we should have reached the vicinity of Weiyang City. The elf princess was puzzled. It would also take more than 2 months to travel from here to the Tier 1 city, Weiyang City. Nyahongo added. This was difficult for the elf princess. With such a long distance, they, who had experienced several dangers, would never dare to leave alone. Once they encountered danger again, they wouldn't be so lucky. After a moment of silence, the elf princess gritted her teeth and said to Lindong, Sir, IBE has an unforgiving request. Please also ask your son to agree. You want me to send you all to Amber City? Lindong guessed the other party's thoughts and spoke directly. Yes. Don't worry, Gongzi, IBE will not let you make a trip for nothing. As long as we arrive at Amber City, no matter what you need, I will satisfy you. Elf Princess IBE assured. Right now, this was the only way for them to safely reach Amber City and then pass through the descent point and return to the Spirit Land domain. Other than that, it was absolutely impossible for them to reach Amber City if they were on their own. At first, after being deceived by the Black Fox and knocked out and brought here, all the things that the elf princess and the 4 servants had brought with them were all taken away, with nothing left, resulting in the fact that they were unable to contact the other elf clans nowadays. And the elven races that could enter the Spirit Cage realm were originally very few. Except for Amber City. Almost no other cities were able to see the shadows of the elf clan. Elf Princess IBE didn't know it yet. The elf clan powerhouses that were searching for her had already found the person who had captured the other 4 elf clan women, Gao Chun, in the unseen city, and had already avenged his death by killing him. They had now dispersed from Weiyang City, gradually expanding their search. As long as they could make it to Weiyang City, they would be able to encounter the elf clan's strongest person. Sorry. I cannot send you to Amber City for the time being. Lindong refused outright without even thinking about it. Since Amber City was one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage realm, it would definitely gather many strong people there. He did not know much about the Spirit Cage realm at the moment. Nor did he know how powerful the strong people residing in Amber City were. It would be unwise to go there rashly. Although it was faster to spend money there. However, Lindong was not in a hurry nowadays. It was fine to stay here in Jiangyang City and wait until he had collected 10,000 Divine Magnificence points before changing places and heading to the nearest Tier 1 city. There was no need to venture to a main city like Amber City. There were too many strong people there. The slightest mistake could flip the car. Why? My lord, as long as you can send me to Amber City, I will definitely double my thanks to you, and I will agree to whatever you ask for, and you will also become the noblest guest of my elf clan. IBE immediately said anxiously. If the human man in front of them didn't escort them, they definitely wouldn't be able to safely reach Amber City. A journey of more than 3 months. They might not even last 10 days. Amber City is one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage realm. I will definitely make a trip there, but not right now. I still have things to do here. It will be some time before I can do so. Lindong explained. Then how long does Your Excellency need to wait before going to Amber City? There is no way for me to give an exact time, perhaps a few months, perhaps a few years are possible. Elf Princess IBE did not continue to ask questions. The other party had already made it very clear that she would not be sent to Amber City now, and that she would have to wait until a few months or a few years later. At this moment, IBE was thinking about what she should do. Leaving was impossible. Staying and need to wait for a long time, in the middle of the likely to appear what other accidents. But after thinking about it, there didn't seem to be a third way to go. Either leave, or stay and follow this human man. Soon IBE was relieved. If this man hadn't spent $250 billion to buy himself. If she had been bought by someone else. Perhaps now she had become a tool for the person who bought her away to fulfill his lust. As an elf princess, IBE knew in her heart how strong human men's desire for elf women was. She would face an even more miserable fate in the future. Even if there was a chance to escape in the future. An elf princess who lost her chastity would no longer be able to become the next elf queen. IBE's identity would become very embarrassing in the elf clan. It was this man in front of him who gave himself hope. So what was the harm in trusting him once? With that, IBE made up her mind and opened her mouth. Sir. In the future, can we follow you around and serve you, and when you go to Amber City, how about bringing us there? Otherwise, it is too dangerous out there, and there is really no way for us to be able to leave safely. IBE looked at Lindong pitifully, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. The elven women themselves were synonymous with near perfection. Regardless of their figure, appearance, voice, and gentle character, they were all what normal men could only dream of. IBE was also the princess of the elf clan, the future queen of the elves, not to mention. The whole was a notch above the other elf clan women. She had this dainty look. I am afraid that no normal man could stand it. Lindong's willpower could be said to be very strong, and even he straight away said that he could not stand it. But I am unable to determine when I will be able to travel to Amber City. You guys are wasting your time by following me. No matter when Your Excellency travels to Amber City, we are willing to follow Your Excellency and hope that he will take us in. IBE hurriedly said. There was nothing she could do. It could only choose to follow Lindong. After the conversation between the two parties just now. At least this human man in front of her, IBE did not hate. Seeing the naked desire in the eyes of other men, as well as the lecherous gaze, she would feel disgusted. Alright then, you guys will follow me from now on. If you need anything, you can look for this Miss Nya Hongdo Nya, she will arrange everything for you. Lindong pointed at Nya Hongdo and said. It was fine to have a few more elf women around. Even if they couldn't be touched, they were still eye candy, weren't they? Moreover, after buying them all, one could not drive them away. If they were really caught again. He was also responsible. Trouble's sister Nya. IBE said politely to Nya Hongdo. No trouble. No trouble. I still don't know what sister's name is. Nya Hongdo responded politely as well. Sister, my name is IBE, you can just address me directly by my name. That's good. I'll call you Sister IBE from now on. My name is Nya Hongdo, and I'm a follower of the Gongzi. I don't know what your son's name is? My name is Lindong, and this one in my arms is my sister, called Twan Tuan. Lindong replied. So it is Mr. Lin, Twan Tuan's sister. Chapter 1171, Surrounded. Mr. Lin. In the future, we will follow you around, and there is one more request that I ask you, Mr. Lin, to grant me. IBE suddenly said. You say it. In the future, the four of them can wait on you and serve you, but I can't. I can do what I can, but you can't touch me. After saying that, IBE looked at Lindong seriously. She did not know what the other party was thinking. It was reasonable to say that people could have everything about themselves after spending so much money to buy them. IBE was incapable of resisting. Those elf women who had been sent out by the elf clan had all suffered such a fate. However, as a princess of the elf clan, she was unable to lose her chastity. Otherwise, she would not be able to become the next queen of the elves, and at the same time, she would disappoint her lord mother. Therefore, IBE hoped that Lindong would not touch herself. As for the four servants who had been following her for many years, let them follow Lindong in the future. No matter which way one looked at it, Lindong was excellent. Moreover, just now, Lindong was willing to let them go, indicating that their character was also good, so they should not suffer any losses if they followed Lindong. At first, Lindong did not react. It was only after a while that he realized what IBE meant by that. In fact, it was very simple, he could touch the remaining four elf clan women, but he could not touch IBE. Lindong expressed his speechlessness. This was because he had not thought about it in this regard at all. If he really thought about it like this, why would he have said the words to let IBE go? Huanfu Shiyu, Zhao Xian and their matters had yet to be dealt with. What was it called to invite four more elf clan back? Wouldn't it be even more chaotic? However, Lindong did not immediately agree with IBE, but asked with a curious expression, why? Because. IBE because half a day, finally clenched her teeth and said, Because I am the princess of the elf clan, chastity cannot be lost, I must remain intact in order to become the next queen of the elves. Moreover, if Mr. Lin, you use force on me, my mother, my lord, will not let you go. Nya Hongdo at the side was directly confused. This elf woman in front of her was actually the princess of the elf clan? The future elf queen in charge of the elf clan? Mr. Lin's luck was too good, wasn't it? The first time he came to Jiangyang City to participate in an underground trade fair, he bought the princess of the elf clan who had been captured by the bad guys. As long as you get along with IBE. When she becomes the queen of the elves, then Mr. Lin will be rich. The elf clan isn't only known for their women in the spirit land domain, they also have a lot of good things. For example, according to legend, the ageless spring in the ancestral land of the elf tribe, the water that flows out is the water of life. Can drive away all the evil, and suffered serious injuries, even if only a breath in, but also able to bring back to life. It is comparable to a miracle cure. That's not true. Mr. Lin should have seen something. At first, he didn't even intend to participate in the bidding, and only suddenly decided to buy the elf princess at the last minute. It must have been in the process that he discovered something unusual about IBE. No wonder once he came back, he wanted to let IBE and the girls go, and in the end, he pretended to be worried and suggested that IBE and the girls would be caught if they left alone. Letting IBE stay voluntarily. Worthy of being Mr. Lin, this hand is too good. After IBE went back, she would definitely be grateful to Mr. Lin, and would repay Lindong when she became the queen of the elves in the future, so Lindong's investment today would be a big profit. Having figured all this out, Nya Hongdo looked at Lindong with adoring eyes. As for Lindong, he was also sighing at this moment. During the underground trade fair, he did see that IBE was extraordinary. He only did not realize that the other party was an elf princess, the next elf queen. Even though Lindong was not clear about the structure of the power layer of the elf clan, he knew that IBE's status in the elf clan was definitely not low. She was currently a princess and would be the queen in the future. Could that status be worse? So you are an elf princess, no wonder those 4 elf clan women are protecting you at all times. Don't worry, Princess IB, I promise I won't touch you. Lindong promised IBE. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for understanding. IBE performed a unique elven salute to Lindong. Then continued, Mr. Lin, they are all sisters who have followed me for many years. In the future, I hope that you will treat them well and not let them suffer. Don't. Princess IBE has misunderstood. I have no intention of keeping them, you should continue to bring them with you. When the time comes, I will send you all to Amber City. Lindong continuously waved his hands and refused. He did not have such thoughts at all. The women around himself were all still sorted out in a mess. How could he ask for trouble? What does Mr. Lin mean? IBE was unsure. Princess IB, I bought you all and really never had any other thoughts. Whether you leave or stay, I will not touch you, let alone want anything in return. IBE looked at Lindong and saw that the other party did not look like he was lying, so she once again said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The other 4 elven women also spoke. As Princess IBE's servants, they did not have the power of autonomy. If IBE said for them to follow Lindong, then they had to follow Lindong. The hierarchy of the elf clan was very strict. The elf queen was the first person to control the entire elf clan. Next were the elders and princesses of the elf clan. IBE's position was rather special. By all rights, she was the second person after the elf queen. However, her current power was not as good as that of the elders, so she could only wait to inherit the queen's position and leap to become the most powerful person in the elf clan. But this road was destined to be full of bumps, and IBE still had a long, long way to go. It's all right. There's no need to thank me, it's just a matter of lifting my hand, consider it as me doing a good deed. Lindong waved his hand. For Mr. Lin it is a show of hands, but for us to solve it, it is a heavenly favor. If it is not Mr. Lin, I don't even know what kind of encounters I will face. As the princess of the elf clan, once I lose my chastity, it will be a calamity of doom for IBE, and the entire elf clan will be disgraced because of it, so please, Mr. Lin, be sure to be a guest of the elf clan in the future. IBE said seriously. Alright. Alright. Princess IBE is too polite. If I have the chance in the future, I will visit your elf clan as a guest. Then it's a deal, you must come, Mr. Lin, I will receive you with the highest level of hospitality of the elf clan, so that Mr. Lin can taste the tea brewed with the water of life. Definitely. Lindong said perfunctorily. He did not understand the elf clan at all, so naturally, he did not know what the water of life that emerged from the ageless spring was. Nya Hongdo could not help but gulp when she heard the water of life. The thought crossed her mind. It seems like following Mr. Lin to go to the elf clan as a guest, to taste the effects of the water of life. Is it as magical as the legends say? Next, Nya Hongdo took IB's 5 people to take a bath and change their clothes. After being locked up for so long, they were already dirty and smelly, just covered by the special scent of the elf clan. Night. While everyone was resting outside the mansion where Lindong lived, there came a group of masked black-clothed men. Each and every one of these people were experts. The mansion was surrounded. Chapter 1172 Mo Xiaosong. The ones Nya Hongdo had arranged to keep watch were all elite guards of the Nya family, although they were all elite guards of the Nya family. However, the strength of these people was more than one level inferior to the black-clothed masked men. It was only a single glance. Before all of the Nya family guards could react, without even sending out a cry for help, all of them had their necks wiped out and were lying on the ground, losing their lives. Immediately afterward, the door opened. A middle-aged man walked in first. The moment this person arrived, the other black-clothed men all clasped their hands and bowed in respect. Young master, the guards have all been taken care of. The leader of the men in black stepped forward and said respectfully. HM. Good job, are they all surrounded? The middle-aged man said. Back to the eldest young master, it has been surrounded, ensuring that not even a fly can fly out, let alone a person. Very good. I would like to see who exactly is the person who dares to snatch something from me in this Jiangyang city. It's the first time I've encountered someone who dares to not give face to the Mo family. The middle-aged man sneered. If Lindong heard this voice, with his strength and perception, even if the other party had changed his voice some, one would definitely be able to distinguish who this person was. It was precisely the person who had competed with him for the Elf Princess IBE in the underground trade fair, only to ultimately fail due to lack of wealth. The Mo family was a first-class family in Jiangyang City. This term of Jiangyang City's city lord was held by the Mo family's second master, Mo Buqian. The Mo family at this time. In Jiangyang City, it could be said that it was in the middle of the sky. All the other major forces have to be courteous. However, the Mo family's power had also caused some of the Mo family's direct descendants to become complacent. They felt that as long as they were in Jiangyang City, they were the kings of heaven and were not afraid of anyone. No matter who came to Jiangyang City. No matter who came to Jiangyang City, you had to be coiled as a dragon, and you had to lie down as a tiger. The middle-aged man was one of the highest-ranking direct descendants of the Mo family, the eldest young master Mo Zitsong. Only he was not the first heir of the Mo family. It was because there was another guy in the Mo family who had a strangely high level of talent. Ever since the underground trade fair, the 5 elven women that Mo Zitsong had his eyes on were forcefully bought by Lindong at a super high price. As soon as the trade fair ended, he started mobilizing the Mo family's forces and began searching for Lindong's identity and traces. Even if the participants of the underground trade fair wore masks and hid their identities, with the Mo family's power in Jiangyang City, it would take some time to find him out. Coupled with the fact that Lindong had already gained a certain level of fame for his big gesture of helping Twan Tuan pay off his debt in the trade street. Mo Zitsong quickly found Lindong, the fellow who had suddenly appeared in Jiangyang City. In order to prevent the elf women from being persecuted by Lindong, he was the first to gather his men. He was the first to gather his men and rush to Lindong's place of residence. He was ready to snatch the 5 elf women and at the same time, give Lindong a lifelong unforgettable lesson, and at the same time, see how much money this kid has, and if he can't spend it all, he will help him to spend some. According to the news Mo Zitsong had gotten, Lindong had only come to Jiangyang City not long ago and had already spent trillions of spiritual void coins. This amount of money was nothing to the entire Mo family. However, to him, Mo Zitsong, it was definitely a huge number. As the Mo family's youngest master, he had never even seen this much money. If he could keep this money for himself, then wouldn't he be rich? With this kind of mind, Mo Zitsong couldn't wait to seek it out. This person definitely doesn't know the identity of the eldest young master, otherwise he couldn't have dared to go against you. Who doesn't know that Jiangyang City's surname is Imo nowadays? The leader of the men in black complimented. So what if you don't know? This is not a reason for this young master to let through this person. Some things since done, have to take the responsibility, not just a sentence of don't know can be solved. He thought that we all hid each other's identity, so he can rest easy. Is no fear of slacking off? Really naive boy. Today I let him know, offend my Mo family big young and, humph. Mo Zitsong said with a murderous face. Yes. What the great young master said is true. I am not trying to excuse this person. He went against the great young master. He deserved to die. I just want to say that in this Jiangyang city, the Mo family is the sky, the great young master is the ground. If you were really a great young master, you would have already knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Alright. You don't have to kiss ass either. It's true that the Mo family is the sky of Jiang. Yang City, I'm not the first heir of the Mo family, so I can't be the earth. I suspect you're being sarcastic. Mo Zitsong's face was gloomy. When the leader of the men in black heard these words from Mo Zitsong, he was shocked in his heart and hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing while explaining in a panic. Eldest young master rests his anger. Eldest young master rests his anger. Junior definitely didn't have this in mind. Please forgive and give Junior a chance. Junior will definitely bow and die for young master. He was truly afraid. Mo Zitsong was the first young master of the Mo family, and his talent was also very good. He was supposed to be the first heir of the Mo family, the perfect candidate for the future head of the family. Who knew that young master had appeared? The talent was so high that he directly rubbed Mo Zichan, the young master of the Mo family, on the ground and snatched the position of the Mo family's first heir from Mo Zitsong's hands. The original Mo Zitsong was still normal. At least not as perverted as he was now. However, after being robbed of the position of the Mo family's first heir that belonged to him, the whole person's temperament changed greatly. Often do some things that make people very afraid. There were servants around him who made the slightest mistake and were abused to death by Mo Zitsong. Over time, most subordinates are afraid to see him. Possibly for the sake of mudslinging Mo Zitsong, the Mo family took an indulgent attitude towards his practices at first. Later, seeing that it was getting more and more serious, they simply let him enter the Linglong world to further his education and accept the Mo family's power in the spirit cage realm in the future. After so many years in the spirit cage world, Mo Zitsong had changed a lot. However, his once formidable reputation still existed. Anyone was afraid of making him angry. He was also still haunted by the matter of the first heir being robbed, even as he was banished here by his family. In his heart, he also thought that one day in the future, he would be able to go back in style and honor and snatch the position of the first heir back in an honorable manner. He, Mo Zitsong, would be the head of the Mo family if he wanted to be, but he would not languish in this spirit cage world. Am I that scary? Mo Zitsong calmly asked. No. I'm just honoring young master. I hope young master doesn't misunderstand. The leader of the men in black shivered and replied. Alright. Get up. Resolve today's matter satisfactorily, and I won't pursue you for the crime of dark sarcasm. Many thanks, young master. I will definitely bring this matter to a successful conclusion. The leader of the men in black wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before slowly standing up. Go! Follow me inside to see just what kind of god this kid who came out of nowhere is, and how dare he be so arrogant after arriving in Jiangyang City. Mo Zitsong walked ahead after saying that, ready to enter the mansion. His black-clothed men neatly followed behind. When they were still a few dozen meters away from entering the mansion's gate, the gate suddenly opened. Lindong held Twan Tuan, and Nya Hongdo, as well as Princess Ib walked out from inside. The four elven women followed behind. Chapter 1173, Do You Dare? You all came here unannounced. What is the meaning of this? Lindong asked calmly. No expression could be seen on his face. The intelligent beings in the spirit cage realm were all embodiments of spiritual energy, or souls. Therefore, it was not possible to release spiritual energy to probe the surrounding situation here like in the real world. Lindong had also lost a major aide. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Nya family's elite guards to die. Luckily, he was powerful in the spirit cage realm as his spiritual power was strong. Relying on his instinctive senses, he also discovered the movements outside. In order to ensure everyone's safety, He had to knock on the doors one by one and call everyone up to follow him. This was not the real world. In the real world, Lindong could rely on his strong spiritual power to control the situation around him at all times, and was able to take immediate action when he found something wrong. In the spirit cage realm, he could only grasp the situation around himself. Mo Zitsong stopped his advance when he saw Lindong come out. Looking at the child held in the other party's arms, as well as the 5 elven women, it was already possible to confirm the identity of this person. It was the person who had spent 250 billion spirit void coins to buy the elf clan women in the underground trade fair. It seems that the target was not wrong. That's good. I'm afraid that I won't be able to find the person in question. There would be no place to take out any anger. Mo Zitsong did not answer Lindong's question but instead asked in return, "You are Lindong?" "Yes, I am." "Very well. You kid has a lot of guts. How dare you rob something from this young master in an underground trade fair? Do you know who I am?" Mo Zitsong pointed at Lindong and asked arrogantly. "I don't care who you are. This is my private residence. You barged in without my consent and killed my people, tonight. Just leave them all behind to accompany my people," Lindong said casually. He was now very angry. Killing intent filled his body. As soon as he went out, he smelled a strong odor of blood. Then he saw the Nia family elites lying down in the courtyard. In his heart, he had already guessed the general course of events. These people came in without a word and started killing, clearly coming from a bad place. For this kind of people, Lindong did not need to be polite either. If he did not want to know the identity of the other party and why they had come to his door, he would have already directly struck out to exterminate them. It was just a bunch of mole crickets. Although those who died were guards of the Nia family, they were now working for themselves. Their deaths. He himself also needed to take some responsibility. The scene was quiet for a moment. Immediately after, "Ha ha ha!" a burst of unrestrained laughter suddenly erupted. The sound naturally came from Mo Zitsong. After entering the Linglong realm for so many years, it was still the first time someone had said such words to him. Asking him to bury a few mole crickets with him? It was simply laughable. Unbeknownst to him, in Lindong's eyes, how could he not be a mole cricket? Jianyang City was a Grade 2 city, however, there were no Grade 1 cities immediately around it, they were all Grade 2 and Grade 3 cities. The nearest Tier 1 city, Weiyang City, was also quite far away from here. Basically, there wouldn't be any powerful characters coming here. Even if there were people who traveled back and forth between Weiyang City and Jianyang City, they were all merchants. In all the time Mo Zitsong had been in the spirit cage realm, he hadn't seen a single strong person from Weiyang City. This created a misconception for the people within Jianyang City. There wouldn't be any big shots coming over from Weiyang City to such a remote place. Even if there were strangers in the city, it would be from one of the tertiary cities, or from one of the neighboring secondary cities. It couldn't be from Weiyang City anyway. Weiyang City doesn't come to people. Anyone else, no matter if it was a secondary or tertiary city, would have to lie down on a plate when they came. The reason why Mo Zitsong was smiling so happily, it was not that he was really happy. Rather, he was laughing at Lindong. As the youngest master of the Mo family, who was now as popular as ever in Jianyang City, he had the capital to be arrogant. "Have you laughed enough?" Lindong stared at Mo Zitsong as killing intent surged in his eyes. Mo Zitsong, who was interrupted, also looked at Lindong and seeing the killing intent in the other party's eyes, he smiled disdainfully. "What? You want to kill me? It is not that I want to. Rather, it will. Not to mention whether you can kill me or not, even if you can, do you dare?" Mo Zitsong sneered. "Don't dare?" Lindong laughed. There was still nothing in this world that he did not dare to do. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to or not. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of Mo Zitsong, and with one hand, he pinched his neck and lifted him up. Mo Zitsong hadn't reacted yet. He only felt a sense of suffocation coming. Both feet were already off the ground. With his strength in front of Lindong, there was no power to fight back. Mo Zitsong wanted to make a sound, but due to his neck being pinched, he could only send out a sound. He stomped his feet and tried to remove Lindong's hands from his neck, but it was of no use at all. Lindong's hands did not move at all. All he needed was a slight force from the tiger's mouth and Mo Zitsong would be gone, his life would end here. The surrounding black-clothed men came back to their senses. The first time they did so, they collectively rushed up. The eldest young master was captured, so what the hell? If they failed to protect the young master and let anything happen to him, then no one would want to live. Seeing this, Lindong slightly raised his right foot and gently stomped downwards. Dang! A terrifying strong wind spread out with Lindong as the center, lifting the black-clothed men who were close by off their feet. Pffffffff. The scene was tumbling. The black-clothed people were hit by the chi energy and let out miserable screams, and accompanied by spitting blood from their mouths, they fell to the ground with serious injuries. The entire front yard was a mess. Nia Hongdo had seen Lindong's methods when he was at the ghost haunting ridge and was not surprised, looking as if he had taken it for granted. The IBE girls looked at Lindong with curiosity in their eyes. Mr. Lin is so strong. The four elven women thought in their hearts. There seemed to be nothing wrong with following son Lindong. He was nice and strong. Much better than the sisters sent out by the clan. The leader of the men in black struggled to stand up, his face showing fear. This person is so strong. I'm afraid the strength is not inferior to the second master. The eldest young master was afraid that he had kicked the bucket this time. Do you think that I dare to kill you now? Lindong asked with a smile. Mo Zitsong looked at Lindong, who was close by. The other party's smile was so chilling. Despair was in his heart. His neck was being pinched. Unable to breathe, he already felt his strength fading away. Wrapped in the aura of death. He knew he was going to die. But he didn't want to die yet. Mo Zitsong wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy. What? Want me to let you go? Mo Zitsong nodded repeatedly, a pleading look in his eyes. If I let you go, then who will let go of those people that you killed? Lindong said as his hands were slowly increasing his force. He was trying to make the other party die in despair. Feeling the neck getting tighter and tighter, Mo Zitsong cried in fear. A foul-smelling liquid flowed out from below. This was the first time he was so close to death. As long as Lindong used a little more force, everything would be over. Death in the spirit cage realm would be followed by death in the spirit land domain. Chapter 1174, Get Out. Seeing that Mo Zitsong's facial expression was becoming more and more unbearable, he was about to be strangled to death by Lindong. The leader of the black-clothed men hurriedly begged loudly for mercy. Your Excellency, please calm down. Please calm your anger, Your Excellency. Please also spare my family's young master. We are willing to compensate you for your losses. No matter what request you have, just ask, and my Mo family will fulfill it to the fullest. Mo Zitsong was the Mo family's eldest young master. The future head of the Mo family in the spirit cage realm. After the second master retired, he would be the one to take over the Mo family's power in the spirit cage realm. Once Mo Zitsong had an accident, none of them would be able to escape if they were poorly protected. For a large family like the Mo family, the eldest young master was already blessed with a unique advantage. If it wasn't for Mo Zichan's talent being too overwhelming, rubbing Mo Zitsong mercilessly on the ground, the position of the Mo family's first heir would inevitably be Mo Zitsong's eldest young master. It was also because Mo Zitsong had always held himself out as the Mo family's first heir. Suddenly was halfway out of the Mo Zichan cut off to steal the position of the first heir. A time cannot withstand the blow. That's what caused his temperament to change drastically. Anyway, no matter what, Mo Zitsong's position in the Mo family is self-evident. If he dies, the entire Mo family would be enraged. Mo Zitsong, who was being choked by Lindong, nodded his head repeatedly when he heard the words of the leader of the black-clothed men, stating that he meant the same thing. As long as Lindong could spare him, he could agree to any conditions. However, would Lindong agree? The answer was clearly that he could not. Because he did not need anything. Or rather, what he needed, the Mo family could not give. Even if they could, Lindong would not want it. He had his own bottom line as a human being. If these guys had only come to find him in trouble and did not kill anyone, everything would have been fine. Since they had killed the people working for them, they should pay for their lives. Killing people to pay for their lives, debt repayment, this is a matter of natural justice. Just because he paid more than the Mo family's youngest master at the auction, he had to bring people to the door to look for trouble, and even killed someone. What kind of reasoning is this? When faced with unreasonable people, Lindong would also respond with unreasonable methods, using this method to return the favor. It had always been Lindong's guideline. Looking at the young master of the Mo family who was in a state of shock in front of him, Lindong slowly opened his mouth. Young Master Mo, remember, there are some things that you have to take responsibility for when you have done them. If you did not kill my people tonight, then I can still be lenient and let you off, but since you have killed them, then go down and be buried with them. In my eyes, there is no difference between your life and theirs. Even worse, if there is a next life, remember to stop being so arrogant. It is better to keep a low profile, always walk by the river, or not to wet your shoes. The heavens will always send someone to collect you. Listening to Lindong's words, feeling the increased force on the other party's hand, Mo Zitsong's face slowly turned from panic to despair. He knew that he was going to die. Lindong would not stay his hand. But he did not want to die yet. He was still waiting for a day in the future when he could kill his way back to the Spirit Land domain and defeat Mo Zichin head-on to get back everything that belonged to him that he had lost. At this moment, Mo Zichin regretted. Regretting why he had come to mess with this fiendish star Lindong? Just who would have thought? The young man who had suddenly appeared in this second-tier city of Jiangyang City could have such a strong strength? Just from Lindong's performance just now, the strength was at least not inferior to second Master Mo Boqian. That is, the current Jiangyang City Lord. The key is that the other party is still so young. One could imagine how terrifying the power behind him was. Mo Zitsong was making a habitual mistake. Ever since entering the spirit cage realm, with the Mo family's power in Jiangyang City, not to say that they were covering the sky with one hand, it wasn't too far off. So it had been arrogant and accustomed to it. Thinking that no strong person would appear in Jiangyang City, and that no truly strong person would come to this remote secondary city. As a result, he did not expect that things with extremely small probability would be encountered by him, which was also bad enough. After saying these words, Lindong once again exerted force on his hand amidst Mo Zitsong's despairing eyes, as well as the horrified gazes of the surrounding black-clothed men. Ka-ching! The sound of a broken neck rang out. Mo Zitsong, who was still struggling violently, suddenly lost his strength as his eyes glazed over and his entire body became a mollusk. Lindong casually threw his hand. Throwing Mo Zitsong's body out more than 10 meters away, it came into close contact with the ground with a loud bang. The scene was quiet. All the black-clothed men looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. The eldest young master died just like that? How should they explain to the Mo family? And how should they face the Mo family's wrath? After doing all this, Lindong clapped his hands as if he was disgusted that killing the Mo family's great young master had soiled his hands. The little girl Twan Tuan had been in Lindong's arms and did not feel the slightest bit of fear when she saw Lindong killing people. It seemed that this kind of small scene could not even enter her eyes. The leader of the black-clothed men rolled and crawled to Mo Zitsong's side, who was a dozen meters away, and began to check his condition. After determining that the eldest young master was indeed dead, he instantly went limp on the ground, muttering, "It's over, it's over. Everything is over, the eldest young master is dead, the eldest young master is dead." The rest of the black-clothed men heard this and also instantly went down like deflated balloons. Seeing the behavior of these people, Lindong knew that they were like this because they were afraid of the Mo family's punishment, so he did not have the heart to do anything. 1. It was dirty hands. 2. If too many people died around the house, it would be unlucky and it would be troublesome to change the place. So he looked around at the group of black-clothed people still lying on the ground and said, "All of you were instructed by someone. Tonight I will just give you a lesson and not take your lives. I hope that you can behave yourselves in the future and not to assist in pillaging, otherwise next time you will not be lightly spared." The people in black were not thankful for Lindong's magnanimity. If the eldest young master was still alive, then they would definitely be very grateful to Lindong, but now that the eldest young master was dead, even if Lindong spared them, they would not be able to escape the Mo family's punishment. Lindong did not continue to pay attention to these black-clothed men as he turned around with Twan Tuan in his arms and walked over to Nya Hongdo and Ibe. He then turned around and saw that everyone was still in place and had not moved. His killing intent was released and he said, "Give you 10 seconds, bring your big young master to me to get out, otherwise die." This is what woke everyone up. Taking Mo Zizong's body, they rolled and crawled away from the front yard. In the face of death, no one was not afraid. Even if they would be punished by the Mo family if they went back, it was better than dying here. In less than 10 seconds, the men in black all disappeared. Only the corpses of some of the Nya family's elite guards remained. Nya Hongdo stood out and commanded, "Find a place to bury the corpses, I'll send the news back and properly compensate their family members, ensuring that the rest of their lives will be worry-free." "Yes, miss." Several Nya family elite guards came out from the side door and began to dispose of their companions' corpses. They split into 2 rotating teams, watching the first half of the night and the second half of the night respectively. It was now the time of the first half of the night, and a portion of them were just sleeping, and when the ones who heard the rattling came out, they saw Mr. Lin displaying his divine might to kill, and they didn't dare to disturb them. Chapter 1175, Second Master of the Mo Family. Lindong looked at the bodies on the ground and said with a slight hint of guilt, "Ms. Nya, I'll leave the aftermath to you, I'll give you a sum of money later, please transfer it to their families. In the end, these people died for me, and it was my failure to realize it in time that led to their deaths. Mr. Lin, there's no need. If it wasn't for you, they would have already been killed by those robbers back at the Ghost Entanglement Ridge, there wouldn't be a present at all, and our Nya family also has people who specialize in aftermaths, so we definitely won't treat the deceased's families badly." Nya Hongdo replied, "No matter what. These people all sacrificed their lives while guarding our safety, consider it a small token of my appreciation. Let their families live a little better for the rest of their lives. Then I will thank Mr. Lin for them." Since Lindong insisted, Nya Hongdo also no longer refused. "Princess Ibe, you guys go back and rest. They shouldn't be coming tonight, and if they do, the odds are that they will come tomorrow as well." Lindong turned to Ibe and said, "All right, Mr. Lin." Ibe replied in a crisp voice. The few people returned to their rooms again. Lindong did not rest after returning, but sat on a chair. He definitely would not sleep tonight. What he had just said was merely to let Ibe and the girls rest well. It was not too easy to say whether the Mo family would immediately come to seek revenge. He could only pay attention himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to cause another casualty to the Nya family. Not sleeping for a night was nothing to a strong person of Lindong's level. "Twan Tuan, Big Brother just killed someone, are you afraid?" Lindong asked. "Big Brother killed bad people, Twan Tuan is not afraid." The little girl shook her head and replied, "How does Twan Tuan know that they are bad people? Big Brother is a good person, and good people kill bad people, so Big Brother kills bad people." The little girl looked like she was taking things for granted, making Lindong laugh. "Ha ha! Twan Tuan really understands things. In the future, when you follow your big brother, you may still see your big brother kill many bad guys, so don't be afraid then. Big Brother don't worry. Although Twan Tuan is small, but she has a lot of guts, if Big Brother encounters a bad guy that he can't beat, Twan Tuan will go and help Big Brother beat him up." The little girl even raised her little fist as she said that. "Twan Tuan is so good, Big Brother didn't raise you in vain. In the future, if Big Brother can't beat a bad guy, let Twan Tuan step in and beat him up hard." After Lindong finished speaking, he gave Twan Tuan a kiss on his cute face. Of course, this was just a joke. He could not even beat him, so how would he let little Twan Tuan go to his death? The little girl who was kissed by Lindong had a flushed face. In her heart, she had already taken Lindong's words seriously, to eat quickly and to protect her big brother when she grew up. The little girl's memory was very short. Many things could not be remembered. Only remembering to eat, she could grow up quickly and would become stronger and protect Big Brother. Lindong reckoned that he did not realize it. Twan Tuan had grown so much physically after so many days of eating and drinking nonsense and eating many treasures, but it was not obvious. "Big Brother, I want to eat again." "Good, Big Brother will get it for you this time." The little girl ate tens of billions worth of treasures again and fell asleep in Lindong's arms. Jiangyang City, Mo family. At this moment, the MO family could be described as brightly lit. All the MO family executives were gathered in the council hall with grave expressions. On the floor of the council hall, there was a person lying. It was none other than the MO family's first young master, Mo Zitsong, who had died after having his neck pinched and broken by Lindong. Mo Buqian, the second master of the Mo family and the head of the Mo family in the spirit cage realm, the current Jianyang city master, sat on top of the main seat. He looked around the room and said in a deep voice, "Let's all say what our opinions are." Not a single person on the scene spoke out. The death of the Mo family's youngest master, Mo Zitsong. This matter was not trivial. No one dared to speak easily. The slightest inattention would likely result in serious consequences. After waiting for a while, Mo Buqian continued, "If you all have something to say, speak boldly. If no one speaks, I'll name them one by one. Such a big thing has happened to the Mo family, as the Mo family's senior management. If you don't even have a single opinion, then get the hell out of here and go back to Spirit Void Domain. Don't occupy a latrine here. There are more than a few people who want to come to Spirit Cage Realm." Mo Buqian was the number 2 person of the entire Mo family, the head of the Spirit Cage Realm. Now that he had even become this term's Jianyang City Lord, in the Spirit Cage Realm's Jianyang City's Mo family, he was in existence of one word. He could scold whoever he wanted. Those who were scolded could only endure. If they dared to retort a single word, they would be prepared to endure even stronger anger. At the least, they would be expelled from the Spirit Cage Realm and driven back to the Spirit Land Domain. Not to mention the serious ones. Beating to death and misery were all possible. The Mo family executives in the council chamber looked at me and I looked at you. None of them wanted to speak up, and all of them wanted someone else to be able to top it. Seeing the time pass by second, the face of Mo Buqian on top of the main seat was getting more and more embarrassed. Finally, one of the Mo family executives stood up and said, "Second Master, I think we need to be careful about this matter. We can't make a decision easily, we have to understand the specifics." First, reasons? Mo Buqian said 2 words. According to the news that came back from the people who were present, the other party is just a young man, but possesses a very strong strength. Just one move left them powerless, and has suddenly appeared in Jianyang City recently. Without knowing the background of the other party, we can't act rashly. Mo Buqian nodded. Not bad. You've used your heart to analyze up to this point. At least you haven't been swept off your feet and are going to bring people to exterminate the other party immediately. The Mo clan senior who stood up to speak secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time was happy in his heart. It seemed like he had done the right thing by standing up to speak in the first place. It was rare to receive affirmation from the second master. What about the others? Are there any different views? Mo Buqian continued to ask. With the first person who stood up, the second one was going to be much easier. Soon another person stood up and said, "Second Master, I also agree with what Mo Shang just said. Yes, we should investigate before we act, but we also need to send people to watch over the enemy. We can't let him get away. Zitsong is the Mo family's youngest master. If we don't do anything, we'll be looked down upon by the other forces, and will become a joke for them to talk about before and after tea." It also makes sense. The Mo family's honor cannot be trampled on. Zitsong is my Mo family's youngest master no matter what. Even if he commits some heinous crime, it can only be dealt with by my Mo family, and anyone else who dares to make a move will have to bear the wrath of my Mo family. Killing intent surged in Mo Buqian's eyes. Next, one after another of the Mo family executives stood up to voice their opinions. They were all centered around the first 2 central points. First, the Mo family's face could not be lost. Secondly, it was also necessary to understand the background of the enemy before making a move to avenge Mo Zitsong. Chapter 1176, Mo family's doorstep. Lindong very soon realized that there was movement coming from outside, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that these people really do not want to see the coffin. They have already shown mercy, still refusing to give up. Then he couldn't be blamed. One had already given the Mo family a chance. It was a pity that the other party did not cherish it. Just when he thought that the Mo family's people would rush in and was about to move, the movement outside slowly disappeared. This made Lindong puzzled. What was going on? People had come, why didn't they rush in like the Mo family's youngest? Was it just to spy on him? Not allowing him to leave? After thinking for a moment, Lindong felt that this was very possible. Perhaps he was afraid that his vision would be obstructed at night and it would be inconvenient for him to make a move, waiting for the night to pass and acting during the day. Since the Mo family was not taking action, Lindong was also too lazy to chase him out, and taking action during the daytime was exactly what he wanted. This was not the real world, and he could not fully control the situation without spiritual power. Empty of powerful strength. It is possible to kill people. Protecting people was a little more troublesome. He was able to resolve everyone around him with a single move, but that was regardless of the enemy. Lindong's failure to step forward had scared the remaining Nia family elite guards. After disposing of the corpses, they took over the task of keeping watch, and this time, everyone was very careful. As a result, it wasn't long before there was another big commotion outside. It must be the Mo family coming to avenge young Master Mo. However, things didn't go as they imagined. The Mo family did come and surrounded the mansion, only they didn't attack. The night passed like this. Early the next morning, Mo Buqian, the Mo family's second master, brought the Mo family's top management to the front of the mansion where Lindong was residing. The Mo family expert in charge of the guards respectfully shouted, "Second master. Is the person still inside?" Mo Buqian asked. "Back to second master, the person is still there." "Very well, follow me in and meet this bold fellow. Who exactly is he?" With that, Mo Buqian pushed the door into the middle of the front yard. After a night of investigation, it was still not able to find out Lindong's specific identity. It was only known that he had just come to Jianyang City from Chongning City not long ago and was not only powerful, but also very rich. He was involved with the Nia family of Changning City. For this Nia family, Mo Buqian didn't put it in his eyes at all. A small family of a third-level city was just a small family, not enough to be feared and could be destroyed with his hands. As for where Lindong had emerged from before arriving at Chongning City, the time was too short to find out. Mo Buqian personally came out to find out Lindong's identity. Only after confirming Lindong's identity could he decide what to do next. As soon as he entered, he saw a young man sitting in the front yard with a little girl in his arms, and behind him stood 5 elven women as well as a beautiful woman. According to the intelligence received, this person was the murderer of Mo Zitsong, Lindong without a doubt. And those 5 elven women were the cause of the conflict between the two sides. Upon seeing Lindong, Mo Buqian did not stop and stepped into the front yard with large strides, followed by a group of senior members of the Mo family as well as some elite powerhouses. There was a team of hundreds of people. This was not counting the ones guarding outside. The Mo family's strongmen were almost all out. It was fortunate that the mansion that Lindong had bought had a large enough front yard that more than 100 people only occupied a corner. In order to prevent the Mo family from staging a surprise attack, Lindong also came to the front yard early and waited. "Are you guys from the Mo family?" Lindong asked. The head of the Mo family in the spirit cage realm, Jianyang City Lord Mo Buqian. Mo Buqian replied back. "You are here to avenge young Master Mo?" "I'm here to investigate the truth of the matter." This reply from Mo Buqian was quite surprising to Lindong. Originally, he thought that when the other party came, they would strike indiscriminately, which was the basic operation of some big powers. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong. First make a move and take it down before talking about it. However, on second thought, Lindong understood in his heart, it seemed that the Mo family was shocked by his strength. With your Mo family's power in Jianyang City, it should have been investigated long ago. Lindong smiled. By and large, it is clear, but there are still some details that need to be solved by you. After all, the other person involved, Zitsong, has already died in your hands. The matter is very simple. I participated in an underground trade fair with Major Mo, and at the same time looked at a certain thing, then I offered a higher price than him, and bought it. He was not convinced, so he used the Mo family's connections to find me, and broke into the house last night, and killed my people, and in the end, I let him go down to be buried with him. The matter is as simple as that. Whether your Mo family is in war or peace, I will accompany you to the end. Lindong finished speaking and crossed his legs with a bland look. His tenet of being a human being has always been, if people do not offend me, I will not offend them. He does not actively look for trouble, but he is also never afraid of trouble. This matter ended here, and Lindong would not pursue it any further. On his side, he sacrificed a few Nia family guards, and the Mo family also lost a young master with a low status, so it is considered to be even. However, if the Mo family held on to the matter and insisted on avenging young Master Mo, then don't blame him. Lindong's words came out. The Mo family members on the scene were waiting for the second master to explode. In their opinion, with the second master's temper, he would never be able to swallow this breath. However, the actual situation was an eye-opener. Mo Buqian did not immediately explode, but calmly asked, "I wonder where your excellency is from? And what are you planning to do when you arrive at this Jiangyang city? These are out of your Mo family's hands, right?" Lindong asked rhetorically. "As the lord of Jiangyang city, I am qualified to ask you about the purpose of your visit here and whether it will jeopardize the safety of the people of Jiangyang city," Mo Buqian said with righteous words. Lindong smiled at his words. "All right. Don't act so righteous. I know your Mo family's purpose. Isn't it that you want to know if I have a powerful background behind me before deciding whether to fight or make peace? I can tell you right now, this male has just entered the spirit cage realm not long ago and does not have any powerful backstage. I have always been a person who does not like to stir up trouble, but I will definitely not be afraid of it either. Your Mo family has repeatedly come to look for trouble with me. Do you really think that I am easy to bully, don't you?" While speaking, the smile on Lindong's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy face. These words had really bluffed Mo Buqian for the time being, leaving him at a loss as to what to do. Lindong was definitely a direct descendant of a certain power, there was no doubt about it. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have his current achievements. However, after Mo family's one night's investigation, there were no families surnamed Lin in any of the surrounding cities. Even the nearest first-class city, Weiyang City, did not have any surnamed Lin. So where exactly did Lindong appear from? Was it like he said, or did he change his name? Or perhaps he came to Jiangyang City from a farther place? The last possibility was very unlikely. Anyone who entered the Linglong realm would not go too far away from their descent point, and would usually move around the perimeter, otherwise it would be difficult to safely evacuate in case of an emergency. Chapter 1177, Fulfilling Wishes. Lindong, my Mo family does not want to be your enemy, but Mo Zitsong is my Monet's eldest young master anyways. You killed him, so you must give me a reasonable explanation. Mo Buqian looked at Lindong and said, "Explanation? What explanation do you want? Your Mo family's eldest young master broke into the place where I live without a word and killed my people. I only wanted him to go down to accompany the burial. I did not move anyone else. As the saying goes, killing people to pay for their lives and paying their debts, this is a heavily and natural thing. What explanation do you still want from your Mo family?" Lindong sneered. "What you have died is just a few guards, but what my Mo family has died is a first family young master. Can it be the same? Whose life is not a life? Who doesn't have a family member yet? How is it different? In my eyes, the life of the Mo family's first young master is no more noble than those dead guards. One for a few, in the end, it's still your Mo family that has earned it." Lindong, it seems that you are determined to go against my Mo family, is that right? Mo Buqian stared at Lindong for a while and sighed slightly. He really did not want to clash with this young man of unknown origin in front of him. It was the unknown that was the most elusive and the outcome was the most unpredictable. Mo Buqian hoped that Lindong would be generous and scare himself by telling the forces behind him. If the Mo family could not afford to mess with him, then it would be fine to apologize obediently. But Lindong not only did not say anything now, he was also being so disrespectful. It was roasting the Mo family on the fire. As the head of the Mo family in the spirit cage realm, Mo Buqian was also having a hard time right now. From the death of Mo Zitsong last night to the forbidden emergency meeting held by the Mo family's top management, the news had already spread out. The forces of the entire Jiangyang city were all paying attention to the Mo family's movements at the moment, focusing on the situation here. One poorly handled, the Mo family would become the joke of Jiangyang city. He, the Mo family, had been entrenched in Jiangyang city for so many years, he couldn't afford to lose that person. Mo Buqian, that is a very interesting statement. Lindong suddenly laughed and gave Mo Buqian a thumbs up. Then continued, I am the victim in this matter from the beginning to the end, no matter if it is your Mo family's young master who came to my door, or you, the Jiangyang city's city lord, who came to my door. Both of them brought with them so many masters, while on my side, it was either a woman or a small child, and now you were so good that you were socking the shit pot onto my head, saying that I am going against your Mo family. I really don't know where you Mo family got the face to come from. Lindong, I don't want to continue to talk nonsense with you. Zitsong's death. Today you must give me an explanation, give the Mo family an explanation, and also give the entire Jiangyang city an explanation. Who shot you to come to Jiangyang city? Who shot you to come to Jiangyang city? What is your purpose of coming here? Otherwise don't blame me for bullying the few with the many. Mo Boqian said loudly. Facing the oily Lindong. Mo Boqian had already made up his mind. No matter what, he had to demand a statement from Lindong. It was true that he was now the city lord of Jiangyang City. However, all the other forces in Jiangyang City were spying on this position. It would be fine if they knew the background behind Lindong. The Mo family could not afford to mess with him, and neither could any of the other forces. Now that Lindong did not speak out, things would be troublesome if the Mo family had a dead first young master and just conceded. There would definitely be people who would take this matter out and make a big deal out of it. Saying something like outsiders did whatever they wanted in Jiangyang City while the city lord did not act, or something like that. Coupled with the fact that several major forces in Jiangyang City were pushing the issue, the Mo family lost face and became a joke not to mention. At that time, he, the city lord, would not be able to explain himself to the people of Jiangyang City. It was likely that he would be forced to step down early as a result. What if I don't give this so-called explanation? Are you going to make a move? Lindong smiled. Yes. Mo Boqian replied affirmatively. Immediately after, he added, so I advise you to obediently reveal your identity and then go with me to the Mo family to kowtow to the dead Zitsong and apologize. This will save you from death. Naturally, Lindong would not believe this statement. The other party was just trying to find out his identity. If the Mo family could not afford to mess with him, the matter would end here. If the Mo family could afford to mess with him, the result was self-evident and he would definitely end up in a miserable situation. Mo Boqian, I am now telling you very seriously that I, Lindong, do not need to account to anyone for what I have done, and you, the Mo family, are even less qualified to question me. There is no accounting for wanting to give an account, but if you want to seek death, I can give you a free ride. With that, Lindong placed Twan Tuan on the ground and stood up, his gaze coldly looking at the Mo family crowd in front of him. Twan Tuan also obediently came behind Lindong and stood with Nia Hongou as well as Princess Ibe. She wanted to help her big brother. However, she knew that with her current strength, she could only be a burden to Big Brother. The little girl secretly vowed in her heart. Must eat well and not be picky about food, then grow up fast. When she grew up, no one would be able to bully Big Brother. Thief, you are simply arrogant. Mo Boqian shouted. Arrogant or not, just try it. This is my private territory. You guys didn't go through my permission and trespassed in. You've already violated my bottom line. Now I'll give you guys 10 seconds to get out, otherwise I'll send you guys to see the Mo family's great master right now, so that your large family reunion. Killing intent emanated from Lindong. Mo Boqian stared at Lindong in death and did not speak. The scene was plunged into silence. The two parties confronted each other. The atmosphere was very sword-heavy. Perhaps a shocking battle would start in the next second. On one side was the sparsely numbered Lindong. On the other side, there was the Mo clan, which had a large number of people. Although Lindong's side was small in number, his aura did not belong to the Mo family at all. All the strong Mo family members on the opposite side were also ready to go, only waiting for the second master to give the order to break this arrogant brat in front of him into pieces. As for the 5 elf women and the beautiful woman behind him, they could be left behind to enjoy themselves. Elven women were very rare in the spirit cage realm. No wonder the young master would lose his life for them. In the real world, the Mo family hadn't been given any elf women. This was because the Mo family's strength was not enough to qualify for the elf clan's recognition. The elf clan would naturally not send out elf clan women to the Mo family. 10. Lindong spat out a number from his mouth. 9, 8, 7. As the numbers came out of Lindong's mouth one by one, it soon came to the last 3. The atmosphere at the scene was also tense to the extreme. From the mouths of the people around Mo Zitsong, Mo Boqian knew that the young man in front of him was very strong and had left them defenseless with a single move. It was also anticipated that the two sides might not be able to talk and clash, so they had brought all the strongest members of the Mo family. It was best if they could scare Lindong. If they could not be scared, in case of a fight, they would have to take down Lindong at the first opportunity. 3, 2, 1. When the sound of one rang out, the wind suddenly began to blow furiously in the small courtyard, blowing people's eyes open. At this moment, Lindong had already taken the lead to move, and the great battle had already begun. Since the Mo family did not leave and insisted on seeking death, how could they not be satisfied? Chapter 1178, Exterminating the Mo family. The residence that Lindong had purchased was in a busy section of Jiangyang City, covering a not-so-small area, costing him a lot of money and surrounded by houses. Hence, the happenings in the front yard were clearly visible from the surrounding buildings. From Mo Buqian bringing people to the door, to both sides' swords being open and a great battle being imminent, it was all being watched by many forces. All of them were waiting for the great battle to come. They hoped that the Mo family would meet a tough opponent and kill them. Ever since Mo Buqian became the city lord of Jiangyang City, the Mo family started to gradually become unbeatable. They wanted to get their hands on everything and reap some benefits. Coupled with the Mo family's youngest master, Mo Zitsong, this second-generation ancestor, the Mo family has gradually lost credibility in Jiangyang City. If anyone can teach the Mo family a lesson, I believe that most people would definitely welcome it with clapping hands. When Lindong shouted out one, Mo Buqian also shouted out with it, "Do it!" At the same time, not only did Lindong move, all of the Mo family's experts moved. Due to the fact that there were still Twan Tuan and Nia Hongdo behind them, as well as Princess Ib and the 4 elven women. In order to avoid them from being mistakenly injured, Lindong was prepared to fight a quick battle without entangling with the Mo family. Compared to last night, this time, Lindong had increased his power. If last night when he killed Mo Zitsong, Lindong had used 10% of his strength, then now he had used 30%. Of course, this was merely an analogy. How strong Lindong's exact battle power was, even he, the person involved, was not sure. Anyway, every time he struck out, he had to try to keep it in check or else he might cause serious destructive force and cause a stir. When he had just entered the spirit cage realm, the small snake that he had lightly punched and killed was treated as a ferocious beast of great value by the others, and at that time, Lindong knew that the probability was that his battle power in this world was on the verge of collapsing. After all, in the real world, his spiritual power was ridiculously strong. Not to mention at the same level, even for powerhouses whose strength was a few levels higher than his, it would be difficult to find a match for him in terms of spiritual power alone. This could be seen from the fact that when he was still at the Eternal Realm's sovereign level, he used his spiritual power to block the Sage Realm's Shiman Fugue, relieving himself of a life and death crisis. The Spirit Cage Realm was, in turn, an incarnation of spiritual power. Strength and weakness all depended on how powerful or not the spiritual power was. This was the capital with which Lindong was able to ply his trade in the Spirit Cage Realm. As soon as Lindong erupted, a strong hurricane of dust flew in the front courtyard. This caused the Mo family members in the courtyard to be unable to open their eyes. Those in the distant attic could not see the situation at the scene due to the dust swirling up from the hurricane as well. When the dust cleared, when the scene in the front yard appeared in everyone's eyes, they were all dumbfounded and simply couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Only to see that the hundreds of Mo family's strongest men who had poured out of their homes had all been lying motionless on the ground at this moment. Even Mo Buqian, the Mo family's second master in Jiangyang City's city lord, was dying at this moment as he was trampled under Lindong's feet. What was revealed in his eyes was a strong look of horror. While Lindong was acting, he led the Mo family's strongest members to move as well, wanting to take down Lindong at the first opportunity, only to be blocked by a hurricane. Then before he could figure out the situation, a sharp pain struck him and he had already lost the power to resist. As for the surrounding group of Mo family strongmen, all of them were lying on the ground, still not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Too strong. Simply too strong to be suffocating. Mo Buqian had also been to the Tier 1 city, Weiyang City, but he had never seen someone so powerful. With Lindong's strength, not to mention in the second-level city Jiangyang City, even in the first-level city Weiyang City, he definitely stood among the top strongest. How could Mo Zitsong, this loser, have messed with such a character? It really was the heavens that were going to kill the Mo family. It is not my wish that things have developed to this point. I have also given you a chance, more than once, but unfortunately, your Mo family does not cherish it. Since this is the case, then I cannot be blamed, it is all your own fault. Lindong said indifferently. Mr. Lin, Lin. Lin, I'm sorry, it's all. It's all is my. Mo Boqian spoke in a broken voice. He wanted to apologize to Lindong and beg Lindong to spare him and the Mo family, but he could not even utter a complete sentence. Nowadays, he only felt that there was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. Mo Boqian knew that he was mostly wasted. Even if he could survive, he would still be an invalid in the future. The spiritual incarnation in the spirit cage realm was damaged, and the real world would follow suit. No need to apologize, it's useless. From the moment we just made a move, we are already enemies, and I, Lindong, will never be soft on my enemies, much less give them a chance to turn the tables. Lindong shook his head. Since he had already exposed his strength. Then, the Mo family must be sent to hell. The Mo family could not be given the slightest chance. Although Lindong himself was powerful and was not afraid of the Mo family's retaliation, there were other people around him. For example, Nya Hongdo. Perhaps the Mo family had been scared out of their wits by him and did not dare to mess with him and the people around them anymore. But that was only a possibility. It was also possible that the Mo family would find out Nya Hongdo's identity and make a secret move against the Changning City Nya family. What Lindong wanted to do was to exterminate all possibilities and be foolproof. No. Don't. Beg. Mo Boqian had just uttered 3 words. Lindong exerted force under his feet. Boom. Mo Boqian's entire body was stepped into the ground by Lindong. The earth shook as if it was an earthquake. A large pit appeared all over the ground. Being stepped on by such a large force on his head, Mo Boqian, who was already in a severely injured body, no longer had any breath of life and was dead beyond death. Such an appalling scene was seen by the other forces on the surrounding pavilions. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, a chill running through their bodies. The Mo family's forces in the spirit cage realm had been completely wiped out just like that? Jiangyang City Lord, Jiangyang City's #1 powerhouse, the Mo family's second master, Mo Boqian, had died just like that? What a terrifying young man. One man alone against hundreds of strong men from the Mo family. He was able to destroy the Mo family with a crushing force. It is simply unbelievable. Just now, everyone was still hoping that Lindong could pose some threat to the Mo family and give the major forces in Jiangyang City a surprise. Unexpectedly, what they were waiting for was a complete shock. Lindong finished resolving the Mo family's people. He raised his head and looked around. The major forces watching on the surrounding pavilions were directly frightened with a jolt, and even their bodies involuntarily trembled. Facing such a strong person, there was nothing but fear in their hearts. Today's matter, I would like to ask everyone present to keep it a secret for Mr. Lin. I would like to thank you all in advance. If anyone leaks it out and I know about it, then I do not mind going to your house as a guest. Lindong said in a cold voice. The scene was silent. After waiting for a while, only then did someone bravely return. Please rest assured, my lord. We have seen nothing today. With the first person taking the lead, the others followed suit. Right. Please rest assured, my lord. We didn't see anything today, so there's nothing to divulge. Then I will thank you all. After Lindong finished speaking, he turned around and thought of walking in the direction of Twan Tuan and the others. Chapter 1179 Rooting and Sprouting. Nya Hongdo was still in shock at this moment. When the battle had not started, she had also thought that Lindong would win. It was just that she did not expect to win so quickly and completely. Jiangyang City was not too far from Chongning City. Nya Hongdo was aware of the Mo family's position in Jiangyang City. It was definitely among the top 3. Such a powerful family had been destroyed by Lindong just like this? All along, Nya Hongdo had thought that Lindong had a strong person hidden in the shadows beside him to protect him. After all, he looked too young. It was like a direct descendant of a major power that had just come out to practice. This time was no exception. This was because when Lindong made his move, a hurricane wind swept up the dust in the front yard, causing everyone's vision to be obstructed. Nya Hongdo still thought that it was the strong person who was secretly protecting Lindong who had done the deed. Even so, it was shocking enough. Having such a powerful person around him secretly protecting him was enough to prove how terrifying the forces behind Lindong were. Following such a person, once one completely gained the other party's approval, they would surely benefit endlessly. Ms. Nya, I will leave the rest to you to dispose of the corpses of these Mo family members. Lindong walked up to a few people and said to Nya Hongdo. Ah. Oh. Don't worry, Your Excellency, I will definitely organize the courtyard cleanly soon. Nya Hongdo reacted and hurriedly returned. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble. Not troublesome. These are all things I should do. Twan Tuan at this time reached out his hands towards Lindong for a hug. Lindong smiled and shook his head as he squatted down, dotingly stroking the little girl's head as he asked, Big brother killed so many people, is Twan Tuan afraid? Twan Tuan is not afraid. Big brother killed all the bad guys. Even if Big brother doesn't kill them, in the future when Twan Tuan grows up, he will kill them to take out the anger for Big brother. Those who bully Big brother are bad guys. The little girl said with a serious face. Lindong smoothly held the little girl in his arms and stood up. Twan Tuan, good boy, you are still small, don't always think of fighting and killing, although we don't cause trouble and are not afraid of things, but girls also have to have a girl's appearance. Too violent is not good, or else in the future when you grow up you won't be able to get married. In the future, fighting and killing will be handed over to the big brother, do you know? Don't. Twan Tuan also wants to help Big brother. Twan Tuan is not going to marry anyone. The little girl beamed with a reluctant face. Immediately after thinking about it, she added, if you want to marry, you'll only marry Big brother. Good, good. Twan Tuan is going to marry Big brother, then Big brother will wait for you to grow up. Lindong said jokingly. In his opinion, a 7 or 8-year-old girl was completely childish and did not understand what marrying meant at all. It was estimated that she did not know where she heard it from others and picked up the words. When the time is a little longer it will be forgotten. When the little girl heard Lindong say this, a happy smile appeared on her face again. Then it's a deal, Big brother will wait for Twan Tuan to grow up. It's a deal, it's a deal. Lindong did not know that his so-called childish words had already planted seeds in the little girl's heart and had taken root and sprouted. It was just unknown how she would come to face Lindong when she grew up and regained her memories. Holding Twan Tuan in his arms, Lindong entered the mansion, with Princess Ib and the 4 elven women following him in. Nya Hongdo, on the other hand, began to command the Nya family guards to clean up the corpses in the front yard. The major forces that were watching around them also quickly retreated. What they had seen today could already be digested by them for a long time. The Mo family's forces in the spirit cage realm were completely wiped out, and it was hard to say if they dared to continue sending people in. Then Jianyang City will definitely reshuffle its cards. The Mo family left such a large family business unmanaged. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of the opportunity to reap some benefits? There is also the position of Jianyang City Lord. Mo Boqian died. The position of the city lord is empty again. Jianyang City's major forces will definitely come together to compete for the position of city lord. It was foreseeable that Jianyang City was about to be in chaos. Other than the Mo family, all the forces would receive the corresponding benefits. As for how much they would be able to get, it would depend on their own strength. The stronger the strength, the more one would naturally get. The people who lived around Lindong that day had all moved out of the area. Those who could live in the prosperous area of Jianyang City were all worth a lot of money. They did not want to be neighbors with a murderous devil like Lindong. Even though it was the Mo family themselves who came to the door. However, the fact that Lindong had killed hundreds of Mo family's strongest members and still looked as if he was making light of the situation had caused the surrounding residents to feel a deep sense of fear. In case they messed with this great master one day and were exterminated with their entire family, where would they go to justify themselves? Even if one did not provoke the other party. Who could be sure that Lindong did not have any enemies? One day an enemy with similar strength would come. Both sides will fight. Wouldn't it be a fight between the immortals and a disaster for the mortals? In order to avoid this kind of undeserved disaster, one could only choose to move away and stay away from Lindong. The following days, Lindong lived a very comfortable life. No one came to disturb him again. There seemed to be no follow-up to the Mo family incident. The Mo family in the real world also did not send anyone to look for trouble from Lindong. It should be because they felt that even Mo Boqian and the hundreds of Mo family's strongest members, who had come out together, were not opponents, ultimately leading to the total annihilation of their army. Even if they sent someone, they would still be sending their heads. Even the Mo family might still be worried. Would the enemy find the Mo family in the real world and exterminate the remaining remnants of the Mo family? Occasionally, when a major power in Jiangyang City brought treasures to visit Lindong, he paid for them according to their corresponding value. Everything was for the divine magnificence points. The days passed slowly in peace. He Yaoting became Lindong's spokesperson, collecting various treasures in Jiangyang City for him. The little girl Twan Tuan still ate and slept, and ate. She was eating more and more. The amount of treasures that she ate into her body was increasing. At the same time, her body was also quietly growing slowly, although it was still not too obvious. If Lindong did not possess a system, an ordinary person would not be able to afford the amount of food that the little girl was eating. Of course, in this process, Lindong's benefits were also very great. Shortly after the incident at the Mo family, his divine magnificence points had come to 10,000. At that time, he did not leave the spirit cage and return to the real world to break through his physique, preparing to wait to collect another 10,000 and go back to break through both his physique and spirituality at the same time. On this day, Lindong's divine magnificence points finally broke through the 20,000 point mark. It was enough to simultaneously break through both the physique and spiritual strength, together, from the Yuan Shin level 10th stage to the Ancestral God level 1st stage. He knew that it was time for him to return to the Star Void realm to make a breakthrough. After not going back for so long, he also stopped by to see how everyone was doing. Night. Lindong excused himself to go into seclusion. Twan Tuan was standing guard outside the door. As long as Big Brother didn't come out, no one would be able to go in and disturb Big Brother. Whoever dared to break in hard, she would severely beat them up. Sitting on the bed, Lindong opened the system and chose to exit the spirit cage. A sensation of heavenly rotation hit him. When he opened his eyes again, it had returned to the real world. Chapter 1180, Achieving Ancestral God. Star Void Realm. 7-colored glazed sect. A smile appeared on Lindong's face as he looked at the 20,000 divine greatness points in his system. The spirit cage realm could really be a good place. It was definitely a blessed place. How long had only passed since entering the spirit cage realm? Counting before and after, it had only been a few months. His strength was about to break through to the last level of the divine Ming realm, the Ancestral God level. That was the Ancestral God level. Even if Lindong had never traveled to the Spirit Lan domain or asked Nya Hongdo about the specifics of the Spirit Lan domain and was unclear as to what level the Ancestral God level was at there, he still knew that it certainly was not some lousy item. Ancestor God, Ancestor God. Just hearing the name was bluff enough. A half-step God realm Bluefeather even possessed a not-so-low status in the Blue family. The status of an Ancestral God level could be imagined. Lindong was prepared to make a breakthrough first, use up his divine magnificence points, and raise his strength up before doing so. There was no hesitation. He directly tapped on the plus sign behind the physique column. The system window popped up. Yes was selected. 10,000 divine magnificence points disappeared. With that, Lindong closed his eyes and felt the changes that the physique breakthrough had brought to his body. After the physique breakthrough ended, then Lindong tapped on the plus sign behind the column of spiritual power. The same operation was performed. Another 10,000 divine magnificence points were consumed. With more than 20,100 divine magnificence points, there were only 100 or so points left in the end. The breakthrough in spiritual strength was much harder than physicality. However, to Lindong, who was already used to it, none of it was a problem. Soon the spiritual strength also came to the Ancestral God grade 1st stage. The breakthrough had since ended. Both the physique and spiritual strength had arrived at the Ancestral God level 1st stage. Battle power had also arrived at the early Ancestral God level. As long as he had another 9,000 divine magnificence points to raise his physique to the 10th step of the Ancestral God rank, Lindong's strength would be able to reach the peak of the Ancestral God rank, which was the limit of the divine Ming realm. Clenching his fist and feeling the surging power in his body, Lindong felt that he could now punch through the universe. Having this kind of inexhaustible power was just too pleasurable. Right now, he was somewhat hoping that the Blue Clan would arrive a little faster. He himself, so that he could teach the other party a lesson that would last a lifetime. Lindong did not believe that the Blue Clan would send an Ancestral God level get strong person over. That was unrealistic. It was hard to say whether the Blue Clan had an Ancestral God level or not. Even if there was, it belonged to the ancestor level, so how could it come out easily? With his breakthrough complete, Lindong stood up and moved his muscles before walking out of his place of seclusion. The place where he was in seclusion was not the forbidden land of the seven-colored glazed sect, but rather a separate courtyard with a beautiful scenery deep within the seven-colored glazed sect. Pushing open the door and walking out of the room, he came into the courtyard. It was daytime in the real world and the sun was shining brightly. Feeling the warmth of the sunlight falling on his body, Lindong raised his head to look at the sun hanging in the sky and was curious in his heart. The Linglong realm was merely a virtual world, how could it be so real? Eating and drinking inside was almost no different from the real world. Even the pain that one endured when injured had a bonus compared to the real world. And death was even more so. Death in the spirit world also meant the disappearance of the soul, and it was naturally impossible to not wake up again in the real world. How could it be possible to just have a body without a soul? After thinking for a moment, Lindong shook his head, still unable to figure out the key point. Level 9 civilizations indeed had the means of level 9 civilizations. Even though Lindong had already become an ancestral god-level powerhouse, he still could not comprehend it. In the end, he had seen too little. The Earth that he was born on was not even a first-level civilization, so how could he possibly understand the things of a ninth-level civilization? Not being able to think about it, Lindong no longer paid any attention to it. He believed that as he became stronger and stronger, he would one day unveil the mysteries of this universe and peer into the mysteries of the universe. Continuing forward, he came to the courtyard gate and prepared to check on Yunxi and the girls. As soon as he opened the door, he saw two female disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect standing in front of the door. The moment they saw Lindong, the two female disciples immediately clasped their hands and knelt down on one knee, excitedly saying, "See you, Lord Lin. I would like to welcome Lord Lin to the gate." At the same time, they were thinking in their hearts, "Is this the legendary Lord Lin who saved the Star Void realm? He's really young. In real life, he looks even more handsome than the photos rumored outside. Simply mesmerizing. If I could follow Lord Lin and become a servant girl serving Lord Lin, I would have no regrets in this life." The two of them almost fainted with excitement when they were chosen to guard the gate for Lindong. They were looking forward to seeing Lord Lin one day when he was out of the gate. As the gate guards were rotated, there were not just the two of them. Anyone who was guarding the gate hoped that they would encounter Lindong leaving the gate when they were guarding the gate. Nowadays, the news about Lindong outside had long spread. Lord Lin was the #1 powerhouse and savior of the Star Void realm. He had defeated a fellow who had come from a higher civilization to destroy the Star Void realm and save the entire Star Void realm. It was said that his strength had long surpassed the 6 Saint King level powerhouses of the Star Void realm, reaching another level. The 6 Saint Kings had become a thing of the past. The entire Star Void realm was now worshipping Lord Lin. Not to mention guarding the door for such a powerful person. They'd even be willing to wash his feet every day. Anyone who could get involved with Lord Lin would be able to walk sideways throughout the entire Star Void realm. Even the 6 Saint King level powerhouses would have to be courteous when they saw him. What kind of honor was that? "What are the two of you doing?" Lindong asked suspiciously. He was also quite surprised to see two pretty-looking women guarding the door when he went out. Back to Lord Lin, "We were sent by the sect master to guard the door for you for fear that you would not be able to find anyone when you were out of the gate. Feel free to tell us what you need and we will immediately report it to the sect master and take care of it for you," one of the female disciples said. While speaking, she looked at Lindong. A strange light appeared in her eyes. Right now, she was still in a bit of disbelief. Lord Lin had actually been encountered by himself when he was out of the gate? Was the heavens favoring them? If she was spotted by Lord Lin and became his maidservant, wouldn't she be transformed from a mountain chicken into a phoenix and soar to great heights? Lindong also saw the excitement of the two. He thought to himself that he was so popular now? These two female disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect were obviously seeing themselves for the first time and were both acting so excited. Could it be that the breakthrough in strength had caused the charm to escalate again? Alas! It seemed that it wasn't a good thing for a man to be too charismatic. No matter where he went, he would become the object of women's attention. The key were some top-notch beauties. Fortunately, he was not a scum. Otherwise, the women in this world would suffer. Lindong thought helplessly and pretentiously in his heart. He originally wanted to say that he did not need anything and let the other party leave. As a result, the words came to his mouth but suddenly withdrew. Would it be too hurtful and impolite to say so? People, two women, fortunate and hardworking, sun and rain to guard here, although nothing useful, but no credit, but also have hard work right. At least the heart is always good. Chapter 1181, Greeting Lord Lin. Lindong could not bear to say anything that would harm the two female disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect who were guarding the door for him. It was not because the other party was beautiful. Those who were familiar with Lindong knew that. He had two completely different attitudes towards his enemies and his friends. To his enemies, Lindong could be ruthless and not give the other party a single chance, but to his friends, he was always soft-hearted. In the eyes of many ruthless people, this was definitely an Achilles heel. However, Lindong did not feel much about it. If a person did not even have feelings, would they still be considered human? The 7 emotions and 6 desires, joy, anger and sadness, these were all places where humans differed from animals. If family members, lovers and friends, affection, love and friendship were all abandoned, what difference was there between them and animals that only had instincts? I've worked hard for you too these days, thank you. I am also out of the customs now, so you all go back and have a good rest and relaxation. Lindong thanked. The moment these words were uttered, the two female disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect became even more excited. Lord Lin was actually thanking them? The words were even so gentle. This was the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm, the one who had trampled under the feet of the 6 Saint King levels that had dominated the Star Void realm for a long time. Young, strong, handsome, gentle, and good-tempered. Simply the type of all women's dreams. Lord Lin is really too polite. It is our honor to serve you, and we are not always guarding this place. There are people who rotate every day, so it is not hard at all. Lindong nodded his head as he sniffed. HM. Then take me to meet your patriarch first. He had originally wanted to go directly to see Yun Shi and the girls before returning to the spirit cage realm, but now he had temporarily changed his mind. First, he would go to meet Gongsun Jiming and see if any major events had happened in the Star Void realm during these days of his absence. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lindong had already taken maintaining the stability of the Star Void realm as his responsibility. Good. Lord Lin, please follow us. Lindong followed the two female disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect all the way to the outside of Gongsun Jiming's study where he usually worked. Knock, knock, knock. One of them knocked on the door of the room. Who? Gongsun Jiming's voice came from inside. Sovereign, it's me. Lord Lin is here. Lord Lin? Which Lin? Gongsun Jiming had not finished speaking when the door was suddenly opened from inside. Seeing Lindong, her eyes lit up and she asked, Lindong. Oh no. Lord Lin, you have come out of the gate? She instinctively called out Lindong before remembering that Lindong's identity was not the same now. The other party was no longer the same Lindong who was once beaten by Shiman Fugui without any power to fight back. Today's Lindong was the idol of the entire Star Void realm, the #1 powerhouse of the Star Void realm, and the savior of the Star Void realm, Lord Lin. Just got out of the customs. Sister Meng should still call me Lindong. I am not used to calling Lord Lin. Lindong laughed. That won't do. If outsiders hear me calling you Lindong, then I won't be scolded to death. Come on in. Lindong had questions in his mind. He just did not ask them immediately, but instead walked directly into the study. Gongsun Jiming said to the two seven-colored glazed sect female disciples, you guys go and get busy first. Yes. Patriarch. The two replied respectfully. Then they turned around and left. At the same time, in their hearts, they were quite curious about that scene just now. It seemed like Sovereign and Lord Lin had an extraordinary relationship. No wonder Lord Lin was in seclusion in the seven-colored glazed sect. They were all the lowest level seven-colored glazed sect disciples and didn't know about the Forbidden Land matter that had happened earlier. Only the higher-ups knew about it. After all, the Forbidden Land was not an ordinary distance from the living quarters of the seven-colored glazed sect. In the study room, Lindong came in and sat down without any politeness. Gongsun Jiming, on the other hand, personally poured a cup of tea for him and joked, please use it, Sir Lin. I say Sister Meng, what's wrong with you? Calling me Lord Lin in every breath makes me very uncomfortable. It's fine if other people call it, why are you still following to scrub me? Lindong took a sip of tea and said helplessly. His words managed to make Gongsun Jiming laugh and his heart relaxed. It seemed that Lindong was still the same. It had not changed due to his powerful strength. At least it was still the same Lindong he knew. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore, let's get down to business. Lindong, why did you come out of seclusion so quickly? Did the seclusion have any effect these days? Any breakthrough in strength? Gongsun Jiming asked with concern. The Blue Clan would come to attack around 300 years. The only one who could save the Star Void Realm at that time would be Lindong. Therefore, Gongsun Jiming was concerned about Lindong's seclusion. She was not the only one. Xian Yuanshou and several other Saint King-level powerhouses were concerned. Occasionally, they would send messages to ask Lindong about his situation. If Lindong was unable to continue his breakthrough. When the Blue Clan came to attack in 300 years, the Star Void Realm could be said to be powerless and could only be slaughtered. Why did Sister Meng suddenly ask about this? Lindong was puzzled. Of course I have to ask, Lindong, you wouldn't have forgotten that the Blue Clan will come to the Starry Void Realm in 300 years, right? At that time, only you will be able to deal with them, but if you are unable to continue to improve your strength, when the Blue Clan comes, you will only be sending them to their deaths. This is related to the life and death of the entire Star Void Realm. Not only am I concerned about this, but Alliance Master Xian Yuan and the others are very concerned about this. Gongsun Jiming explained. I see. Lindong suddenly realized. No wonder Sister Meng would ask how her seclusion was going. It's like this. Don't worry, Sister Dream. I am confident that after 300 years, I will give a big surprise to the Lan clan that came to the Star Void Realm, letting them know that even though our Star Void Realm's civilization level is not as high as theirs, it is not something that anyone can bully. Lindong patted his chest and assured. He did not tell Gongsun Jiming the actual situation. In fact, nowadays, he had already arrived at the last level of the Divine Ming realm, the Ancestral God level. Let alone the Blue Clan sending someone. Even if they came out in full force, Lindong would not necessarily be afraid. Who was winning and who was winning would still have to be fought to know. Moreover, soon he would go even further and reach the peak of the godly Ming realm and beyond. What was the Blue Clan? According to the speed at which Lindong was gaining divine magnificence points in the spirit cage realm. After 300 years, the Blue Clan would be nothing more than a bunch of ants. Really? Gongsun Jiming's eyes flashed with a light, revealing a look of surprise. Of course. Others don't believe me, but don't you believe me, Sister Dream? Do you still remember when we first met? I had only just entered the Eternal Realm, and in the end, I still didn't make it all the way to become a half-step Divine Brightness Realm powerhouse, solving the scourge that is Blue Feather. 300 years is more than enough time for me to properly prepare. That's true. Gongsun Jiming nodded affirmatively. Even now, she still felt a bit dreamy. How had that brat who had been beaten by Shiman Fugui without the ability to fight back reached this point in such a short period of time? Even the 6 Saint King level powerhouses that had suppressed the Star Void Realm for many years had been ruthlessly stepped on by Lindong. It was truly unbelievable. Perhaps the person in front of him was sent by the heavens to save the Star Void Realm. Without Lindong, with Blue Feather's strength, no one in the Starry Void Realm would be a match for him after he had absorbed enough sacrifices and recovered. Chapter 1182, Making a Name for Himself. Gongsun Jiming believed that Lindong would be able to save the day and save the Starry Void Realm from the 9th level civilization, the Blue Clan, after 300 years. This was because she had no other choice but to believe that there was a huge Star Void Realm with countless living beings, yet the only one who could save the Star Void Realm was Lindong alone. 300 years might seem like a long time, but for the Starry Void Realm, it was just a snap of the fingers. The 6 Saint King level powerhouses had already lived for an unknown number of 300 years, and it was simply unrealistic to expect them to make a breakthrough during these 300 years and then come to fend off the invasion of the Blue Clan. Nowadays, one could only place their hopes on Lindong. If even he could not do it, no one in the Star Void Realm would be able to do it. It was just like what Lindong had said. Thinking back to when the two parties met for the first time, the other party was merely at the beginning of the Eternal Realm. After that, Lindong left the 7-colored glazed sect and started his path of rise. In a very short period of time, he had reached achievements that were difficult for others to attain in their lifetimes, leaving all 6 Saint King levels far behind. Gongsun Jiming looked at the young man in front of him. Her heart was filled with emotion and admiration at the same time. She was considered one of the people who had witnessed Lindong's rise. In the entire Star Void realm, very few people knew Lindong's true identity. Other than Lindong's bunch of confidants, as well as the Heavenly Star Mansion's Chen Jing Zihan, she was the only one. This was also considered a great honor. Sister Meng, during the time I was in seclusion, did any major events happen in the Star Void realm? Lindong cut to the chase. He had come to look for Gongsun Jiming mainly for this purpose. To see if there were any conflicts occurring among the major forces of the Star Void realm, and if he needed to step in and deter the major forces to stabilize the Star Void realm. There aren't any other big events, but there is one big event about you, which has been quite hot during this recent period. Gongsun Jiming replied. Oh? About me? What is it? Lindong became interested. Lindong, you'll know what's up if you go outside for a turn now. Sister Meng, don't sell me short, I came out this time. Firstly, I came over to ask if anything happened in the Star Void realm. Do I need to step in? Secondly, I just wanted to see Yin Shi and the others, then I have to go back to continue my seclusion again. Otherwise, after 300 years, when the Blue Clan arrives, I don't have 100% certainty. After all, it is a power of a 9th level civilization. What specific means it has is still a mystery. I have to make adequate preparations before I can do so. Hearing Lindong say this, Gongsun Jiming no longer sold out. He told him about the recent period of time when Lindong had defeated Blue Feather, saved the Star Void realm, and was greatly celebrated, making him a national idol. Lindong frowned slightly. All along, he had been a low-profile person who was used to being muffled and was unwilling to make any kind of a splash. Not to mention becoming a universal idol. After a moment of silence, Lindong asked, "Who spread this out?" Not too clear. Gongsun Jiming shook her head. Her strength was too low, not even at the Sage realm, and she was not yet in touch with the great events of the Star Void realm. Are there any changes in the Star Void realm right now? There is. Since your deeds spread out, portraits and autobiographies also followed. I read them. They are all fabricated, but although they don't match with the actual situation, they are all praising you. Nowadays the young people in the Star Void realm are almost hand in hand with a book, and completely regard you as an idol. The entire Star Void realm also set off a wave of asceticism fervor, hoping that someday in the future they can also be like you, and stand out at the critical moment, to save their own hometown. Young people always have some dreams. Originally, Lindong still wanted to pull this person out. After hearing Gongsun Jiming's words, he felt that it was no longer necessary. Guess also probably guessed who publicized his deeds. Sacred Alliance Master Xian Yuanshou. Thinking about it, the other few Saint King levels had seen his strength and didn't dare offend him. Only someone like Xian Yuanshou, who valued the greater good over his own life, would do so. The purpose was naturally to inspire the fervor in the hearts of the young people of the Star Void realm, so that everyone would cultivate hard and have an extra force behind the 300 against the incoming attack of the Blue Clan. For this kind of character who put his own life and death at risk and also wanted to maintain the stability of the Star Void realm. What could Lindong do? And to be honest, even though he could not do it, he also quite admired such a person. After thinking about it, it was better not to meet Xian Yuanshou. Lest at that time, he would be asked to show himself and give a speech to stimulate the young people of the Star Void realm. Would one refuse or agree? It was not good to do either way. Wouldn't one be lifting a stone and smashing one's own feet? Sister Dream, other than this matter, is there nothing else happening? All the major forces in the Star Void realm are still in harmony, right? Did this Pang Zhong fellow come out to make a demonic act? Lindong no longer dwelled on the matter of his fame and changed the topic to continue asking. Lindong, don't worry, where are the forces that still dare to mess around now? All the major forces are thinking of ways to cope with the calamity after 300 years. Once they cannot resist the Blue Clan, the entire Star Void realm will be doomed. Under the overthrow of the nest, no egg is left intact. Who still has the mind to do small actions in secret? As long as they do, they will surely become the public enemy of the entire Star Void realm. No one dares to risk universal condemnation at this time. This is also true. Lindong nodded in agreement. Lindong, in the future, you should feel at ease with your seclusion. Although everyone is working hard and preparing, in the end, when the Blue Clan arrives, it will still depend on you, and if you are unable to withstand it, then we will be completely hopeless. Gongsun Shiming said solemnly. Understood. Sister Meng, then I will leave first, go and see Yin Shi and the others, then continue my seclusion to go. I can't fail your expectations, can I? Lindong said and stood up to bid farewell to Gongsun Shiming. Row. Then I won't disturb your family reunion, Lindong, don't worry, after you go into seclusion, Elder Hong and I will teach them well and make sure that everyone crosses into the eternal realm. Gongsun Shiming also wanted to follow. However, she knew that her status was not suitable. Not to mention Yin Shi and Huangfu Shiyu, they were all young lovers that Lindong had brought from his hometown. Even Elder Hong had an unspoken relationship with Lindong. He himself was a complete outsider when he went with the past. Then, thank you Sister Meng. Lindong did not explain anything, a misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. It was not the first time that his relationship with Huangfu Shiyu and the other women had been misunderstood. After bidding farewell to Gongsun Shiming, he headed to Yun Shi and the others' residence. When the group of women who were in the middle of their hardcore cultivation saw the sudden arrival of Lindong, they were all overjoyed. All of them stopped practicing and surrounded Lindong asking about this and that. Lindong also smiled and chatted with everyone. Looking at the women whose strength had soared, his heart also relaxed. In fact, Lindong's requirements were not too high, as long as everyone could reach the eternal realm and have a lifespan of at least one era. He was still thinking that he could make out with Yin Shi, but as a result, he took a look and there was no chance to do so in full view of everyone. After chatting for a while and explaining the situation to everyone, he left under the unwilling gaze of one and all. The girls were all very understanding. Knowing that Lindong had big things to do. Despite their reluctance, they would not delay Lindong. Chapter 1183 Isha. Spirit Cage Realm, Jiangyang City. Lindong had arrived here again through the system. After returning to the Star Void Realm to make a breakthrough this time. Not only had his battle power in the real world received a huge increase. Due to the fact that his spiritual power had broken through from the 10th step of the Yuanshan level to the first step of the Ancestral God level. It allowed Lindong's strength in the Spirit Cage Realm to also make great strides. It was just that he had not exerted his full strength since he had arrived at the Spirit Cage Realm, causing Lindong to be unsure of where his limits were. The strength of the second-level city pool was too weak. Perhaps it was only when he reached a Tier 1 city, or a main city, that he would be able to encounter a strong person who would allow Lindong to use his full strength. However, Lindong did not intend to leave Jiangyang City and head to a level 1 city pool just yet. He would need to ascend at least one more time before leaving. Ancestral God Rank 1 to Ancestral God Rank 10 required 9,000 Divine Magnificence points. The two items of physique and spiritual strength combined would require a total of 18,000 points. It wouldn't be too late to gather 18,000 Divine Magnificence points and raise both physique and spiritual strength to the Ancestral God Rank 10th step before leaving. According to the previous speed, it shouldn't take too long to gather 18,000 Divine Greatness points. Besides, with He Yaoting's help, there was no need for Lindong to worry about it himself. A lot of trouble had been saved. Going to a Tier 1 city, it was necessary to make new friends and establish new relationships all over again. It was still a lot of energy. Don't look at the fact that Tier 1 cities were more prosperous than Tier 2 cities and had more opportunities to spend money. However, if one was not strong enough and was afraid to do anything, the speed of obtaining Divine Magnificence points might be even slower than Jiangyang City. According to what Lindong had learned from Nia Hongdo. In the Spirit Cage Realm, the difference between a Tier 1 city pool and a Tier 2 city pool was so vast that it could be described as a world of difference. A random ordinary third-rate force in a Tier 1 city pool could easily exterminate a Tier 2 city pool. One could imagine how big the gap had to be. By the time both his physical and mental strength had risen to the 10th stage of the Ancestral God level, Lindong would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. The next time he made another breakthrough, he would need a whole 100,000 Divine Magnificence points. It was still difficult to think of spending 100,000 billion spiritual void coins in a second-level city. It wasn't that it couldn't be done. It was just that having already spent so much money in Jiangyang City, investing another 10 trillion or even more at once might cause prices to soar and social unrest. This was something that Lindong was unwilling to see. He was not the type of person who would do anything for his own interests. Neither did he wish to cause any impact or inconvenience to the general public. The temple that was Jiangyang City was too small to accommodate the great Buddha that was Lindong, and at that time, he would have no choice but to leave. The next period of time. Lindong continued to stay in Jianyang City. Whenever he had nothing to do, he took Twan Tuan and the girls out for a stroll. Anyway, Yao Ting would send him some treasures every few days. The divine magnificence points were also slowly growing. However, as time passed, Yao Ting collected fewer and fewer treasures. There was nothing he could do about it. He had bought all that he could. If this continued, he could only travel to other cities. A large city roughly 2 months away from Jianyang City, Weiyang City. A mature woman, who could make countless men unable to hold on to her just from her back, was standing on the highest tower of Weiyang City, her gaze looking down, looking at the very lively streets below where people were coming and going, not knowing what she was thinking about. At this moment, an elf woman with pointed ears and beautiful looks came behind the mature woman, clasped her hands, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, "Your Majesty the Queen, the cities and pools around Weiyang City have all been searched for pretty much the same, and there is still no trace of the princess." Still nothing? Then change your target. Don't always focus on the surrounding cities. IBE likes to roam around in places with good scenery. Start from that area and see if there is any effect. If not, then expand the scope again. In short, we must find IBE and not allow a single accident to happen to her. The mature woman said as she turned around. Her voice was magnetic, making it comfortable to listen to, while at the same time having an undeniable tone in it. If Lindong was here, he would definitely be surprised. This woman and the Princess IBE he had saved were completely carved from the same mold. The only difference was that this person was a little more mature than IBE and was also bigger and more majestic in all aspects. If IBE was a green apple, then this person was a freshly ripened peach. Anyone who saw it would not be able to stop drooling. She was no one else. It was none other than the queen of the elf clan Isha. It was also Princess IBE's mother, the woman with the most power in the entire elven race. Yes. Your Majesty the Queen. But if we expand our search, the manpower we brought may not be quite enough. Then contact the elders of the clan and tell them to send in more people. Just tell them I said so. As ordered. All right, go down. Do as I say as soon as possible. Elf Queen Isha finished speaking and turned to face out of the tower again. The young elven woman then got up and slowly backed away, eventually disappearing. IBE's disappearance had caused the queen of the elf clan to personally enter the Linglong realm to search for her, so it was evident that she had a status in the elf clan. It was important to know that the elf clan would only cultivate a princess who would inherit the throne of the queen. Unless something unexpected happened to this princess, only then would they reselect one to continue training. Unlike the big human families, the first heir is followed by the second heir and the third heir. Without getting to the end, one doesn't even know whose hands the head of the family will fall into. The first heir is not a few. The reason why Elf Queen Isha remained calm now was because mother and daughter had a special sense. Isha knew that her daughter was not in danger right now. Otherwise, if something happened to IBE, she, as a mother, might have stormed out long ago. It was true that the elves were not very strong in the spirit lawn domain. But that was for a superb race like the humans. Even the strength of the elf clan was not comparable to the power of some of the major human clans. But for certain small clans, the elf clan was still a behemoth. These forces in the first-tier cities of the Linglong realm, the elf clan would not put them in their eyes. The forces they feared were all within the 8 main cities of the Ling Cage realm. Thus, when the elf queen brought the elf clan to the uncharted city, the forces here didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction, and even directly gave up the symbol of the Weiyang city's lord, the Weiyang Tower, to the elf queen. Gao Chun, a direct descendant of the Gao family, was also put to death by the elf queen under the watchful eyes of the Gao family's core figures, daring to make a move against the only princess of the elf clan. No matter who it was, it wouldn't be easy. Even if he had a background behind him that made even the elf clan not dare to mess with him, it was still the same. Because of the power behind him, it wouldn't be easy to spare such a person. Over the years, the elf clan, under Isha's leadership, had a good relationship with all the major forces and races in the spirit lawn domain. No one was willing to offend the elf clan because of a full-fledged dude. Chapter 1184, The 5 Spirit Lawn Emperors. A barren area outside the border of the spirit lawn domain. More than half a year ago, a great battle that shocked the heavens and earth and made the gods cry had occurred here. Both sides in the battle possessed the strength of the Emperor realm. On one side was the Empress Yuji, one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan, and on the other side were the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan. The Emperor realm was the realm after the Divine Brightness realm. With Lindong's current strength at the early Ancestral God level of the Divine Brightness realm, he would not be able to put up the slightest resistance in front of the Emperor realm powerhouses. Saying that Griffin was an exaggeration. In reality, the Divine Brightness realm was not even as good as a mole cricket in front of an Emperor realm powerhouse. The difference between the two seemed to be only one level, but their strengths were worlds apart. The final result of this battle ended with the Empress Yuji sacrificing her own flesh at the expense of the Ultra Armor clan. Although Yuji didn't die completely, she only retained a trace of her soul power, which was sent into the spirit cage realm to be nurtured by her sword, which had already developed a spirit after following her in battle for many years. Waiting for her soul force to recover again, she descended into the Spirit Lan domain again. It was only with Yuji's state at that time. If she wanted her soul power to recover, if there was no great opportunity, I'm afraid it would take a long, long time. Once the slightest accident occurred in the middle, Empress Yuji would have completely fallen and disappeared into the universe. After more than half a year, the traces left behind by this battle still existed. The entire barren land had been swallowed up, leaving behind a void, as well as countless terrifying giant spatial cracks. From afar, it looked like a map with a dot snapped out of it. In this forbidden land where no living being dared to step into, an excited voice suddenly appeared. Found it, this is it, this place should have witnessed a shocking battle not too long ago. I sensed the aura of Emperor G remaining. She definitely participated in the battle, and her disappearance is bound to have something to do with this battle. Immediately after that, another voice picked up. I also sensed it. To be able to create such a scene, this battle was terrifying. Shun, you are good at probing and analyzing. See if you can recover the battle situation so that we can understand what exactly happened and why such a fierce battle occurred at the edge of the Spirit Lan domain. The scene fell into silence. A moment later, a third voice rang out. The battle was indeed intense. Apart from the aura left behind by Empyrean G, there was also the Ultra Armament clans. If I'm wrong, this battle should have been instigated by the Ultra Armament clan. I've heard that they've found a special metal that is capable of creating LV6 level bodies that are comparable to Empyrean realm powerhouses. Could it be that they want to find Empyrean G to test them out? What is the Ultra Armament clan trying to do? Could it be that they want to provoke a war between the two domains? Have they forgotten the fear of once being killed by us in our lair? Go! Let's go to the Overarmed One clan together and see what they really mean. The owner of the first voice said in exasperation once again. Hold on. Duan, it's better to discuss this matter first. The Ultra Armament One clan wouldn't start a war for no reason. They should have some purpose. It's better for us to figure it out before making a decision. The owner of the second voice stopped it. The two then began a heated argument. So what if there is a purpose? Empyrean's current whereabouts are unknown. I can't swallow this. I have to make his overarmed clan pay, or else I'll just make a move to exterminate them. Duan, I understand your feelings, but our primary task now is still to find Empress G first. Only she knows the specifics of the situation at that time. Reasonably speaking, the Ultra Armament clan wouldn't dare to mess with our Spirit Lan domain, even if they have created LV6 grade bodies comparable to those of an Emperor realm powerhouse. They wouldn't dare. Diao, didn't you hear what Emperor Shun said? The one who fought with Empyrean G and caused her to disappear was the Ultra Armament clan, and you're still saying that they wouldn't dare to mess with Spirit Us? Since the Ultra Armament clan dared to make a move, no matter what their purpose is, we can't let it go, or else they'll think that our Spirit Lan domain is easy to bully. And maybe Empyrean G is in the lair of the Ultra Armament clan. Duan, I hope you won't be blinded by your feelings. We know that you like DG, but this is not the time for feelings. The Ultra Armament clan dared to make a move against DG. They will definitely think of us, and maybe they are waiting for something to throw themselves into the net at their lair right now. It would be unwise to go there rashly. Diao, what are you saying? What do you mean I'm being emotional? Aren't we, the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors, a whole? Now that something has happened to Empress G, we're just going to watch and do nothing? Duan's voice was somewhat anxious. His pursuit of the Empyrean Empress could no longer be counted by days and years, but could be counted by epochs. After such a long time of effort. Seeing that Empyrean G's attitude had loosened up, as long as he put in more effort, he and Empyrean G would be able to accomplish a great story in the Spirit Lan domain and even the entire universe. The two emperors merged. There weren't many Emperor realm powerhouses in the universe. There were even fewer pairs of two Emperor Realm powerhouses that formed a Taoist couple. Yet right at this critical moment when the attack was about to succeed, something had happened to Emperor G? Provoked by the Ultra Armament clan, and a great battle ensued, resulting in her disappearance. How could Di Yuan accept this? Even though he could sense that Emperor G hadn't fallen yet, he knew that the other party was now very weak and needed his help. As long as he found DG and saved him, he believed that the other party would not reject himself anymore. That was why Di Yuan desperately wanted to find DG quickly. In his opinion, it was very likely that Emperor G had been seriously injured by the Ultra Armament clan's sneak attack and then brought back to her lair. She was in need of herself right now. At this time, a fourth voice rang out. All right. Let's all talk less. This matter is indeed not simple. It's best to proceed with caution. We don't just represent ourselves, there are countless living beings in the spirit Lan domain behind us. The slightest mishap could very well result in the destruction of living beings and the extinction of countless races. Compared to the previous three voices, the fourth one was a bit older and more composed. And the speech was also very piping. After he finished speaking, there were no other voices to retort. Obviously, the status was high. If someone with a bit of knowledge of the spirit Lan domain were to hear these four voices, they would definitely be shocked and speechless. Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Yuan, 3 of the 5 emperors of spirit Lan. Then the fourth voice would be a good guess. There was only one person who could make the 2 Emperor Realm powerhouses, Emperor Yuan and Emperor Yao, not dare to retort with a single sentence. The head of the spirit Lan 5 emperors, Emperor Jiang. He was also the strongest fellow in the spirit Lan domain. Together with the now missing DG. Together, they formed the 5 strongest guys in the spirit Lan domain, the spirit Lan 5 emperors. It is said that Emperor Jiang is not a human being, but an ancient divine beast in human form. At the beginning of the universe, Emperor Jiang already existed. One can imagine how long Emperor Jiang has lived. Of course, these are just rumors. I'm afraid that only Emperor Jiang, the person in question, knew the truth. Even the remaining 4 of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan did not know the origin and identity of Emperor Jiang. They were before they were even famous. Emperor Jiang was already an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Chapter 1185 Emperor Jiang. Elder Emperor Jiang, then what should we do now? Di Shun broke the silence and asked out loud. Emperor Yao is right, our top priority is that we need to find DG, only she can bring us the true answer. Di Jiang replied. But DG has disappeared, we can't find her at all. I think she should be in the lair of the Ultra Armament clan, and you guys are afraid of going to be caught in a trap. Di Yuan said in a muffled voice. He was still a bit nagging about everyone's unwillingness to go to the lair of the Ultra Armament 1 clan. Since the Ultra Armament clan was able to seriously injure Emperor G, then he wouldn't be much better if he went by himself. Only if the 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses joined forces could they pose a threat to the Ultra Armament clan and force them to hand over the Empyrean Empress. Di Yuan, you also stay calm, wait for me to start a fortune to see where Emperor G is. Di Jiang began his divination after he finished speaking. None of the 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses were surprised that Di Jiang knew divination. It was because all 3 of them knew divination and were still taught by Emperor Jiang. In fact, in some ways, it wasn't too much of a stretch to think of Di Jiang as their master. When they had just achieved the Emperor Realm, they didn't know anything, and it was Emperor Jiang who had taught them many things. However, the person they divined with had to be 1 realm lower than themselves. That is to say that as an Emperor Realm powerhouse, the object of divination could only be in the divine realm. As for why Emperor River could divine an Emperor Realm powerhouse, no one knew. After all, Emperor Jian was too ancient and mysterious. At the time of Emperor Zhang's divination, in a certain starry sky within the spirit Lan domain, countless planets began to shift automatically, in various combinations, neatly aligned. A force of cause and effect wandered between the real and the imaginary, eventually arriving in the Linglang realm and finding Twan Tuan in Lindong's arms. At this time, the little girl had just eaten a lot of treasures and was in a deep sleep, not realizing in the slightest again that someone was looking for her. When this strand of causal force was just about to touch the little girl, it was stopped and surrounded by a force emanating from Lindong's body. No matter how much the strand of causal force struggled, it was to no avail. The source of this mysterious force in Lindong's body was none other than the system. The product of a god-level civilization, was it not something that an Emperor Realm powerhouse could peer into? Even if Emperor Jiang was not an ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse, it would not work. The barren land at the edge of the Spirit Land domain. Ha! Emperor Jiang let out a puzzled voice. Elder Emperor Jiang, what's wrong? The three Emperor Realm powerhouses asked at the same time. Nothing. Have you found Empyrean? Emperor Yuan continued to pursue. I was close to finding it, but unfortunately, I was stopped by a mysterious force. Mysterious force? Where did the mysterious force come from? Is it the mother brain of the overarmed ones? No. I'm certain that Empress is in the Spirit Land domain, it's just that the exact location isn't quite clear. There's a very mysterious force surrounding her, even I can't get a glimpse or two. Yuan, you don't need to be anxious. I feel that Empress won't be fine this time. Instead, she might break through and rise up to the Phoenix's nirvana, which might not necessarily be a bad thing for her. Jiang explained. But she's injured now, she needs us. There's no way. We can only rely on her, we should trust her. Then what should we do now? If we can't find the Empress, we can't know the real situation, and we don't know what to do next. I'll start another fortune. Let's see if we can see the scene during the battle. Emperor Realm thought about it and said. Elder Emperor River. Divining an Emperor Realm powerhouse will be very taxing on your body, why don't you take a break and rest first? Emperor Shun said with some concern. It's not in the way. Emperor Jiang said as he began to continue again. Only this time, the object was no longer Empyrean, but the battle from more than half a year ago. It was as if Jiang's eyes had traveled through endless space and time to the battle that had happened here more than half a year ago, that had shocked the heavens and earth, and had caused the gods to cry. The images were scattered. It couldn't be pieced together at all. He only saw DG transforming into a point of light at the last moment, causing this current Jedi where no living being dared to step into. Closing his eyes, Emperor Jiang couldn't calm his heart for a long time. Empyrean Ji had actually sacrificed her own physical body and heavily wounded the overarmed one, leaving behind only a trace of her soul force to escape. Wait! As Jiang recalled the images in his mind, he suddenly realized a looming black shadow. That black shadow was? After a moment of careful recollection, Emperor Jiang's body shook. Could it be the Soul Eater clan that fed on human soul power? The Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Eater clan had joined forces. One attacking fiercely with their strong bodies and the other sneaking in with their natural skills could be considered perfect. No wonder Empyrean Ji was defeated. In the end, she even went as far as destroying her own flesh to get a chance for herself. If it wasn't for Empyrean Ji's instantaneous decision. Facing the two Emperor Realm warriors from the Soul Devouring clan and the Ultra Armament clan, she wouldn't have been able to escape. Cough, cough, cough. Emperor Jiang suddenly coughed a few times. It was obvious that divining twice was indeed not a small burden on him. Elder Emperor Jiang, how is it? What did you see? Yuan couldn't wait to ask. Yuan, don't be in a hurry if I tell you, the one who fought with Empyrean Ji wasn't just the Ultra Armor clan. Who else? The Soul Devouring clan. Soul Devouring clan? It's them. Yuan's voice suddenly rose. Right. There are Emperor Realm powerhouses from the Soul Devouring clan involved. Jiang said with certainty. Then how is Empyrean Ji doing? She sacrificed her physical body and heavily wounded the overarmed one race, only a trace of her soul escaped, and she doesn't know where she went. What? Empress Ji's physical body is gone? Only a trace of soul left? These bastards, I'm going to exterminate them. Yuan was burning with rage. The physical body was gone and only a trace of soul remained. How long would it take to recover? In case there was a little accident in the middle. Wouldn't Empyrean completely fall? Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun were also shocked. The overwhelming Armament clan had even joined forces with the Soul Devouring clan to deal with DG. Were they preparing to openly go to war with the Spirit Land domain? This matter ends here. Everyone mustn't act rashly, especially you, Yuan. We must keep in good contact at all times. I'm afraid that they'll break us down one by one just like they did with DG. DG's vengeance, we'll definitely avenge it, but not now. Emperor Jiang said solemnly. Yes, Elder. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun replied at the same time. Di Yuan, on the other hand, didn't say anything. The scene quieted down. Emperor Jiang was waiting for Di Yuan's reply. After a while, Di Yuan said with great reluctance, "I know. Di Yuan, I understand your feelings, but this matter involves the soul-devouring clan, so if you don't handle it well, not to mention rescuing Empress Ji and avenging her, even you yourself might get involved." "I understand." Di Yuan suddenly looked like he had deflated. Emperor realm powerhouses were not invincible. One like him would only be abused against God River. And the Soul Eaters were the natural enemies of humans, specializing in feeding on human souls. Physical attacks were useless against them. Only soul force attacks could harm them. Although the Soul Eaters were rare in number, they were harder to deal with than the Ultra Armor clan. Chapter 1186, The Regiment Leader is High. Elder Emperor Jiang, the soul-devouring clan hasn't appeared for a very long time. They appeared this time and even teamed up with the Ultra Armament clan to seriously injure Yuji. They must have something up their sleeve. How should we deal with them? Emperor Shun inquired worriedly. He was the weakest among the 5 emperors. However, he had a lively mind and was better at analyzing the situation. The fact that Yuji had been seriously injured by the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan in a joint effort made him instinctively feel that this matter was not trivial. It was most likely the enemy's first test. There would surely be a second and a third next. Emperor Jiang wasn't kidding when he said for everyone to stay in contact at all times, lest they be broken by the enemy one by one. The Spirit Lan domain, which had been calm for a long time, was going to be broken after all. Now that the enemy is in the dark, we can only take a safer way to deal with it, and that is to defend. In the future, if we find a special situation, we must notify the others at the first time, and then act as a group. Don't try to be brave and face it alone. As long as the 4 of us join hands, no matter if it's the overarmed clan or soul-devouring clan, or if it's the 2 of them joining hands, they will all have to weigh it up. Emperor Jiang said back. I agree with what Elder Di Jiang said. Nowadays, the best thing for us to do is to defend. If we really attack out directly and head to the lair of the Ultra Armament clan like what Di Yuan said, what if we fall into the traps of the 2 clans? Who will guard the countless living beings in the Spirit Land region? As we all know, as long as the Ultra Armored One race is detached from the Mother Brain, their combat power will be weakened, so we can't go. Di Yao spoke out in agreement with Di Jiang. I also agree. While we are guarding, we should also actively search for Yuji. She is the only one who understands the situation at that time. As long as we find her, everything will be clear, and we can take more effective measures to deal with the overarmed ones and the soul-devouring ones joining forces. Emperor Shun also followed suit. At this moment, Di Yuan also gradually calmed down. When he had just found out that Empyrean Ji had been seriously injured by the Ultra Armament One clan, resulting in her disappearance, he was indeed quite furious. He also wanted to directly kill the lair of the Ultra Armament clan and exterminate the other party. Now after everyone had analyzed it like this, Di Yuan also realized his recklessness. The overarmed One clan and the soul-devouring One clan must have thought of the consequences if they dared to join forces against Yuji. If he rashly went to the lair of the Ultra Armament clan, the possibility of being caught in the other party's ambush was very high. Coupled with the fact that in the territory of the Ultra Armament One clan, with the Mother Brain's enchantment, the combat power of all the Ultra Armament One clan would skyrocket. It was indeed unfavorable for them. Thus, Di Yuan also agreed. Since everyone has agreed, then I have no problem with it. Let's do as Senior Empyrean said. Di Yuan, DG is one of the 5 Spirit Lan emperors. We are all worried when something happens to her, and we also want to avenge her, but right now, our first priority is to protect ourselves and the Spirit Lan domain behind us, and then figure out a way to search for DG, and understand the situation before we can avenge her, and once something happens to us again, the consequences will be severe. Emperor Shun persuaded. I know. Since everyone agrees, then do as I say, keep in contact at all times, and one more thing, the matter of Empress DG's disappearance must not be leaked out. The construction will definitely cause panic amongst the major forces in the Spirit Lan domain. Emperor Jiang gave the final blow. Understood. The remaining 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses replied back at the same time. This barren land that had gone through a shocking battle was then plunged into silence. The matter of the disappearance of the female Emperor Yuji, one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan, had not been spread beyond the other 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses. Once it was known to the outside world, it was bound to cause turmoil and panic. In the entire 9th level civilization of the Spirit Lan domain, there were only 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses in total. They were the deterrent force of the Spirit Lan domain, the key figures in preventing the invasion of other 9th-level civilizations, and the pillars of the Spirit Lan domain. Now that the only female emperor, Yuji, had suddenly disappeared, her life and death unknown, anyone with a little bit of brain understood in their heart. This was the prelude to the storm, the calm before the storm. Concealing it was the best way to maintain the stability of the Spirit Lan domain. Spirit Cage Realm, Jiangyang City. Lindong was living a life of lying flat. Every day, he had nothing to do, occasionally taking Twan Tuan and Princess Ibe, a few elf clan women, to go around the various parts of Jiangyang City. He Yao Ting would come every 2 or 3 days. Each time, he would bring many treasures, causing Lindong's divine magnificence points to increase significantly. Nia Hongdo, on the other hand, had recently been recruiting servants. Due to the fact that there were simply too many people signing up. This was coupled with the fact that in order to carry out Lindong's words, he did not look at talent, but only virtue. Every single person Nia Hongdo would personally interview. It caused her to be busy lately. Because of the Mo family's matter, Lindong could be said to be unknown amongst the major forces in Jiangyang City. As soon as they heard that he was recruiting servants, many of the major powers had sent their family's first-line misses over just so that they could go in and serve Lindong as servants. In case they were lucky enough to be spotted. Wouldn't it be a direct flight to greatness? Along with that, the family in which they were from would also be able to take off along with them. This can make Nia Hongdo worried. Although Lindong is strong, but it can't be everyone's public enemy. She also did not want to offend the major forces in Jiangyang City and cause trouble for Lindong. But what else could these pampered first lineage ladies do when they were collected in, other than eating? Alas! Worrying Nia Hongdo had a bitter face. Not knowing what to do. With regards to the recruitment matter, Lindong did not ask questions and left it entirely in Nia Hongdo's hands. After relaxing with nothing to do all day, he began to carefully observe the things around him. Then a strange phenomenon was discovered. That was that Twan Tuan had grown taller and the person had gotten a little heavier. He still remembered the first time he met Twan Tuan. The little girl had a skinny figure and was probably only 6 or 7 or 8 years old. Now after a few months of growth, it was already about the same as a child around 10 years old. Growing 2 or 3 years old in a few months. Of course Twan Tuan couldn't be compared to ordinary people. After all, the things she ate were all sorts of valuable treasures. Not to mention whether other people had this condition. Even if they did, could they digest it like Twan Tuan after eating it? However, this growth rate was somewhat fast, causing Lindong to panic in his heart. Being in her teens was fine. It was still a little girl. If he grows to 15 or 16 years old, he is already a big girl, but he can no longer hang on to him every day like this. Otherwise other people see, misunderstanding is not good. A big man himself does not matter. Affecting the reputation of the little girl, how can it? To be honest, Lindong still liked Twan Tuan's current appearance. It was the most adorable when she was in her teens. Not that it will become ugly when it grows up, according to the little girl's appearance, it will definitely be a big beauty when it grows up. It's just that when she grows up, she won't be able to show too much intimacy with him, and Twan Tuan will have her own independent thoughts, and a generation gap will arise. It's like cultivating a daughter. When she was a little jacket, but when she grows up, she leaks. Wanting to control Twan Tuan's growth rate, Lindong also had a way. Just don't give her so many treasures to eat. However, Lindong would not be that selfish. Chapter 1187 Recollections. On this day, Twan Tuan had just woken up and asked Lindong for food. "Big brother, I'm hungry." Lindong placed her on a chair and sat down, then said to the disgruntled little girl, "Twan Tuan, Big brother has something to tell you." He was prepared to ask the little girl to see if she remembered anything from the past. It would be best if he could find Twan Tuan's family and send her home. Although Lindong also loved Twan Tuan. But with the little girl missing, her family must be even more worried. Perhaps they were searching all over the world now. After all, who would not be anxious if they lost a child? Moreover, as time passed, the little girl was eating more and more and growing faster and faster. It wasn't that Lindong couldn't spare the treasure. That stuff was of little use to him. The divine magnificence points were the most important thing. What Lindong was afraid of was that when the little girl grew up, it would be troublesome if she really clamored to marry herself at that time. Moreover, this little girl had recently started to somewhat reject Princess Ib and a few other elven women approaching him, making Lindong feel very bad. Wasn't this treating herself as her private property and not allowing other women to approach and peer at her? Still so young, she started to have such a strong possessive desire. What's going to happen when she grows up? So Lindong thought, why don't we just find Twan Tuan's family and send her home? If the little girl had not been able to grow up, just this teenage appearance, Lindong would not have minded raising her all the time. Now it seemed obvious that it would not work. Upon hearing that Lindong had something to say to her, the little girl immediately put away her dissatisfaction. Big brother, go ahead. I'll listen. Twan Tuan, big brother has recently noticed that you have grown taller and heavier. Really? So I'm about to grow up? The little girl said happily. You could say that. At this rate of growth going on, it won't be long before you grow up to be a big girl. Lindong nodded. That's great. You can marry big brother when you grow up. The little girl had an excited face. Lindong was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to receive it. It was really a case of fear of what would come. Originally, there were a whole lot of words that he wanted to say. As a result, it was blocked by the little girl. Twan Tuan saw that Lindong did not speak, his face was full of tangles, and he asked somewhat anxiously. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Why don't you say anything? Is it because you are unhappy? Could it be that you don't want me to marry you? We had an agreement, and you promised Twan Tuan that you would marry you when Twan Tuan grows up. The series of questions made Lindong a little confused. Twan Tuan, let's not talk about this first, although recently you have grown a little taller, but it's still very early to talk about things like marriage. That's something that only adults can do. Big brother asked you, recently you have eaten so many treasures and you have grown a lot taller, have you remembered some of the things from the past? Lindong hurriedly diverted the topic. He really couldn't stand talking about things between adults with a little girl who was around 10 years old. But didn't you just say, big brother, that I will soon grow up? The little girl was a bit aggrieved. Big brother did say that, but soon is relative to your long life. In reality, it is still early for you to want to grow up into an adult. Lindong explained. Oh. That's right. Twan Tuan, tell big brother, have you recently remembered something from before? No. The little girl shook her little head. Immediately afterward, she seemed to have thought of something and continued, but when I sleep these days, I often dream of a beautiful big sister beating up bad eggs. Beating bad eggs? Which big sister is beating bad eggs? Lindong's eyes lit up. This was an important clue. The big sister in Twan Tuan's mouth was most likely her family. As long as this person was found, one would be able to find Twan Tuan's home. Don't recognize. I only know that it's a very beautiful and mighty big sister. One person and one sword beat so many bad guys to pieces. Twan Tuan said thoughtfully. Were those bad guys male or female? Can you remember the appearance clearly? Lindong changed his question. Those baddies looked strange. Unlike us, they could change their forms at will, and no blood flowed out after they were broken by Big Sister, they directly exploded with a boom. Lindong also did not know what the little girl was talking about. No blood flowed out after being shattered? Still able to change forms at will? What kind of thing was that? A robot? Or a mecha? Only this kind of iron lump has no blood. Where did they fight? Does Twan remember? No idea. It was pitch black all around there, you couldn't see anything but a big sister, and then there were the dense, endless monster baddies. The little girl shook her head again. Twan, think carefully and see if you can think of something else. Besides that big sister, is there anyone else? The little girl closed her eyes and began to recall the sight she had seen in her dream. In her mind, a point of light appeared. Then it quickly spread out. Everything the eye could see was a blinding white. Nothing could be seen. Ah! The little girl suddenly yelled out, holding her little head, her face full of tangled, agonized words, Big brother, I don't want to, my head hurts. Lindong was startled in his heart. He hurriedly held Twan Tuan in his arms, his heart aching. Twan Tuan quickly, don't think about it, big brother won't ask, big brother won't ask. The little girl hugged Lindong tightly, buried her head in his chest and breathed in his body's scent in large gulps. It seemed that the breath from Lindong's body was able to reduce her pain. Soon the little girl recovered. Looking up, she revealed a small face that was marred by tears. Big brother, don't worry, Twan Tuan is not in pain anymore. The smell of big brother's body is so comfortable. I want to be by big brother's side all the time. Twan Tuan is good. Big brother will always be by your side. In the future, big brother will not ask you questions. Twan Tuan can dream, not even, never go to the initiative to think about it, no? Lindong softly said. After these few months of getting along, he had already treated this cute little girl in front of him as his own family. Just now, he saw Twan Tuan in so much pain. Lindong blamed himself in his heart. It was all because he wanted to send the little girl home and force Twan Tuan to recall the previous events. Only then did this situation occur. Forget it. Don't worry about that much. What happens in the future, let's talk about it later. Lindong decided not to ask about Twan Tuan's past events or her family in the future. Everything would go with the flow. Thank you, big brother. The little girl said happily. Then she had a bitter little face again. What's wrong? Where is Twan Tuan uncomfortable again? Lindong asked nervously. Big brother, I'm hungry. Little foodie. Come, big brother will give you food. Lindong proceeded to take out a large pile of treasures, allowing the little girl to eat vigorously. Soon, after the little girl was full, she wrapped her arms around Lindong again and fell asleep in his arms. Chapter 1188, A Compromise. Lindong looked at the Twan Tuan who had fallen asleep in his arms and was overwhelmed with compassion. Although the little girl's character was a little overbearing and possessive, not allowing other women to approach her. Other than that, all other aspects were still very pleasing to the eye. At least there was nothing to say about Lindong. Every time Lindong returned to the real world in seclusion and completed his breakthrough, the little girl would personally guard the door and would not allow anyone to disturb him. When Lindong was in seclusion for a few days, she would guard outside for a few days. At that time, if anyone dared to break in, Twan Tuan might go up and fight for her life. As for the aspect of overbearing personality and possessiveness, Lindong analyzed that the probability was due to the environment in which he grew up. After all, given Twan Tuan's current situation, being able to eat all sorts of treasures as her staple food, her body had no side effects. Her identity background, as well as her bloodline aspect, was bound to be extraordinary. Take the Silver King Jiaolong's fierce beast inner Dan for example. Is this thing something that can be eaten directly? If someone else eating it directly without refining it, not to mention getting the benefits, the possibility of exploding and dying was very high. Even if they could survive, their entire person would be completely wasted. However, after Twan Tuan ate it, he just slept for a while and nothing happened. This alone is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Growing up in such an environment would definitely result in the little girl's domineering personality. It was estimated that she was also a group favorite at home, giving her family whatever they wanted. Lindong was also not prepared to force Twan Tuan to think about the past and thought of sending her back. Everything would just go with the flow. If she remembers on her own and wants to go back, then send her back. Or if the little girl's family came looking for her, they could also let her go home. Anyway, Lindong was not prepared to take the initiative to look for it, so that this little girl would not think about it at that time. It was not like he could not afford to raise her. After deciding, Lindong had to start thinking about the latter again. As Twan Tuan's food intake grew larger and larger, the value of the heavenly materials and treasures that he ate in each time became higher and higher. This was coupled with the fact that the treasures that he Yaoting sent in each time were gradually decreasing. Continuing to stay in Jiangyang City was on the verge of not being able to satisfy the little girl. Wanting to continue to provide her with enough food, one could only leave Jiangyang City and head to a first-class city. And the closest first-class city was Weiyang City. It would require a journey of about 2 months. Lindong opened his system and looked at his divine magnificence points. 11,432 points. This was the divine greatness points accumulated during this period of time. It was all due to He Yaoting. The heavenly treasures that could be purchased in Jiangyang City should have been pretty much bought by him. the next delivery would definitely be even less. 11,000 or so divine magnificence points seemed to be quite a lot. However, there was still a great distance from the 18,000 points that Lindong needed. There was a whole difference of more than 6,000. 18,000 points were needed for Lindong to be able to raise both his physique and spiritual strength to the 10th stage of the Ancestral God class. It was also the limit that could be reached for the time being. If he wanted to raise it again, the number of divine magnificence points required would be 100,000 to start with. This was not something that could be reached simply. Even in a Tier 1 city, it wouldn't be easy to spend hundreds of trillions of Spirit Void coins. Was it better to leave Jianyang City and head to Weiyang City? Or should he stay here and wait until he had accumulated 18,000 divine magnificence points and improved before leaving? Lindong was in deep thought. Due to his lack of understanding of first-level cities, he was afraid that with his current strength, which was not quite enough, he would not be able to cope and be passive when he encountered a strong person. By continuing to stay, the rate of growth of divine magnificence points was again very slow. Twan Tuan's rations were also almost out of supply. The little girl was just growing her body, and it was not possible to not let her have enough to eat. After thinking about it, Lindong still decided to leave first. However, he found a compromise. That was to go back to the real world and spend 9,000 divine magnificence points to raise his spiritual strength to the 10th stage of the Ancestral God level before leaving. The strength in the spirit cage realm was determined by spiritual power in the real world. Simply by raising the spiritual power up, the strength in the spirit cage realm would follow. As for the physique, it didn't matter if it was a bit later. The strength of an early Ancestral God level was already enough for Lindong to traverse the Star Void realm. Let alone the Ancestral God level. Even the Void God level would be completely sufficient. After thinking clearly, Lindong did not continue to dwell on it. He was not the type of person who did not have an opinion. Once something was decided, then it would be fine to follow the plan and implement it. In the event that there were any accidents in the middle of the process, then it would be said at that time. In fact, if Lindong wanted to be a bit of a god, with his current status in Jianyang City, he would directly greet the major forces in Jianyang City, and more than a few people would immediately send the treasure estimates in their hands to his door. At that time, once the money is spent and the transaction is completed, the divine greatness points will naturally come to hand. However, Lindong was not willing to do so. It was not Lindong's character to do something too high profile. He would only do so unless he was forced to. It was still far from that now. Even if he gathered 18,000 divine magnificence points and upgraded his physique to the 10th step of the Ancestral God level as well, the dual limits would only allow Lindong's strength in the real world to break through the barrier of the divine Ming realm and reach a new height. It would not have any effect on the strength in the spirit cage realm, which was already sufficient in reality. Therefore, Lindong was not in too much of a hurry. Just finish upgrading his spiritual strength first, his physique could be done without any rush. When Twan Tuan woke up this time, he would close the door and return to the real world to make a breakthrough. Then he left Jianyang City and headed to the Tier 1 city, Weiyang City. Soon 2 days passed. The little girl hadn't woken up yet. It was true that she ate a lot and slept for a long time. He Yaoting came at this time. It was the same as Lindong expected. The amount of genius earth treasures sent was even less than last time. According to the little girl's food intake, the treasures in Lindong's hands would only be enough for her to eat 5 or 6 more times. Boss the treasures you are sending here are getting fewer and fewer. Lindong said without moving. He Yaoting said with a bitter smile, Mr. Lin, I have tried my best. Could it be that you have bought up all the genius treasures in Jianyang City? It's unlikely, isn't it? You've only bought how many? That's not so much. It's just that I can't help it if people aren't willing to sell. He Yaoting had a helpless face. Raise the money Didn't I say? It's fine to spend more money, I don't believe there's money they won't make. Mr. Lin doesn't know, the main purpose of everyone coming to the spirit cage realm isn't to make money, but to strengthen their soul power. The treasures in the hands of the big powers are kept for their own use, they won't be put up for sale, not even if they have the money to do so. The ones I collect are from the hands of merchants. He Yaoting explained. So that's how it is, I say. Jianyang City is at least a 2nd-tier city, and I didn't buy many treasures, so how come I don't have any to sell? Since that's the case, forget about it. Just do your best. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for understanding. I'm recently preparing to head to the neighboring cities to see if I can buy some of the heavenly treasures you need for Mr. Lin. No need. Bossy, I might be leaving in a few days. I have worked hard for you during this period of time, thank you. Lindong thanked. Chapter 1189 Twan Tuan Spreading Pampering. Mr. Lin is leaving Jianyang City? He Yaoting was shocked in his heart and quickly asked. HM. Will be leaving soon. Lindong nodded his head. Where is Mr. Lin planning to go next? After he Yaoting asked, he felt that he had asked inappropriately where the other person, Mr. Lin, was going. He still had to report to himself. So he felt like explaining. Mr. Lin must not misunderstand, I just. Lindong heard he Yaoting's meaning. He was not that petty. During this period of time, he Yaoting had helped Lindong a lot and earned him a lot of divine magnificence points. That was all kindness and could not be forgotten. It's fine, bossy, no need to explain, I understand what you mean. Jianyang City, a second-level city, is still too small. I am going to go to the first-level city, Weiyang City, to take a look. There should be quite a lot of treasures there that I can purchase at will. Mr. He has the audacity to ask, has Mr. Lin been to Weiyang City before? No. Lindong shook his head. When Mr. Lin arrives at Weiyang City, he definitely needs to understand the local situation. As a merchant, Mr. He has still been to Weiyang City a few times, and also knows some peers, so please ask Mr. Lin to bring me with him, so that when he arrives at Weiyang City, it would be more convenient to get things done. He Yaoting said boldly. He knew that this was his chance to vote. Once Lindong left, it would probably be difficult to return to a small place like Jianyang City. If he missed it, I am afraid that he would regret it for the rest of his life. As long as Lindong promised him. Then in the future, he would be counting on Lindong as a big tree. If he did not agree, then there was nothing he could do. It means that people do not see him. It would be better to obediently be his dumping merchant in Jianyang City. Boss, he wants to come along? Lindong froze for a moment and asked. As long as Mr. Lin does not dislike me, boss, he is willing to follow Mr. Lin and will definitely do Mr. Lin's orders properly in the future. He Yaoting loudly assured. Lindong looked at He Yaoting without saying anything. In his mind, he was pondering whether to accept this person or not. In fact, it was still possible to take He Yaoting under the MO. As a businessman, his ability to socialize was needless to say. He had also been to Weiyang City and knew some of his peers in Weiyang City. When you are there, it is much more convenient to do anything. Character is also not bad. At the very least, Lindong did not find that He Yaoting had done anything to corrupt his character. It could be taken in first to see what would happen. Boss, you have to think carefully. Do you really want to follow me? Lindong asked seriously. He Yaoting's heart rejoiced. There was a chance. He said excitedly, as long as Mr. Lin does not mind, Mr. He is willing to follow you to the death. With that, he knelt down towards Lindong to show his loyalty. Boss, let me make it clear, if you want to follow me, you must do two things. Firstly, you must not bully others with your power. Secondly, you must not treat human life as if it is a piece of grass, no matter what the other party's status is, even if it is an ordinary person. Of course, we don't stir up trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. As long as you have a good reason, I will bear the burden of anything that goes wrong. If you can't do it, I can only say that I'm sorry. If you do something for me in these days, I will pay you a reward. Lindong seriously said. Your Excellency, don't worry. Mr. He is never that kind of person, and he has never done anything to bully others in this life, so I guarantee that I can do it. Good then. You will follow me in the future. Go back and take care of your own business, and expect that in a few days' time, we will leave this place and head to Weiyang City. Yes, Your Excellency. He Yaoting said and left happily. He had initially looked at Lindong's financial strength and wanted to make good relations with him. To be able to throw away 500 billion spirit void coins for a strange little girl, was it not something that an ordinary person could do? If it was just this, He Yaoting would not have made today's move. What truly caused him to make today's decision was the matter of Lindong destroying more than 100 strong members of the Amo family. When he learned of this news, it was truly shocking to the point of no return. Having money meant that Lindong's background was strong, which was nothing. Many of the second-generation grandfathers of the big powers had just as much financial strength. But there were not many who still had such a strong strength. Lindong must also have a supreme position in his family. Such a character. It was worth He Yaoting dropping everything to follow. That was how this scene came about today. 2 more days passed. Twan Tuan little girl finally woke up. As soon as she woke up, she ended up yelling for food. "Big brother, I'm hungry again," the little girl said as she looked at Lindong with a pair of big eyes. Lindong smiled bitterly in his heart. What kind of family was this to be able to raise such a gold-swallowing beast? "Twan Tuan, why don't we rest first? Eating and sleeping all day long, sleeping and eating, it is not good for the body, life lies in movement," Lindong advised. "No need. Big brother, my body can digest it, no problem at all. I just want to eat quickly now and then grow up quickly. I feel like there should be something waiting for me to do. I can't delay any longer," the little girl said with a serious face. Lindong sniffed and froze as he looked at Twan Tuan. Did the little girl remember something again? "Twan Tuan, did you remember something again?" Lindong asked. "I don't know. I just feel that there is something waiting for me to do, so I have to grow up faster, and if I want to grow up faster, I can only eat and sleep more. Big brother, just give me food." I'm sorry. Big brother, please, I really need to grow up faster." The little girl pouted and began to pout. Not to mention, Twan Tuan was small. When she pouts, she is really like that. Without a little bit of strength, it couldn't withstand it. "Twan Tuan, it's no problem to give you food. But Big Brother has to prepare for the retreat, so he can't hold you all the time, so after you finish eating, you can go to bed by yourself, okay? Big Brother is going to close the door again?" "Yes. I can't do it without seclusion, I have to raise my strength so that I can fight bad guys." The little girl got up from Lindong's arms in one go, then stood on the ground and said to Lindong, "Big brother, you should quickly go to your seclusion. I will keep watch for you, I will eat and sleep when your seclusion is over, don't worry, Twan Tuan won't let anyone disturb you, if anyone dares to come, I will beat him up." Saying that, the little girl revealed a milky and fierce expression, and also raised her small fists in passing. Don't look at Twan Tuan, who was only in her teens. Her strength was not small at all. Moreover, there was also a power that even Lindong felt shocked inside her body. Once it all burst out, it could definitely achieve earth-shattering effects. "Twan Tuan, in fact, Big Brother does not need to guard the door, just go to bed by yourself after eating, okay?" Lindong asked tentatively. "No way. Absolutely not. Closure is very important, it must not be disturbed, otherwise it will result in serious consequences. Twan Tuan must guard the door for Big Brother, otherwise I don't feel at ease." The little girl sternly rejected Lindong's suggestion. Lindong was helpless. It was indeed critical for others to be in seclusion. If they were disturbed, they might lose all their previous efforts and might even be injured. But he was different. When he returned to the real world, even if someone broke in, could they find him? However, the little girl was so concerned about herself. What could Lindong say? Chapter 1190, Enhancing Spiritual Power. The little girl did not agree that she ate and went to bed, and insisted on guarding the door for Lindong. Lindong also had no choice, although he did not need to be guarded at all. However, the little girl had good intentions, so how could she refuse? In the end, Lindong chose to close the door while the little girl honestly guarded outside. She was not going to let anyone disturb her big brother. The time spent with Lindong was not very long, only a few months, but in Twan Tuan's heart, Lindong's status was higher than anyone else's, perhaps even surpassing her own. After arriving at his room, Lindong passed through the system and once again left the spirit cage realm and returned to the real world. Star Void Realm. 7-colored glazed sect. Lindong opened his eyes. This place was still the same as when he left, there was no change at all. Let's seize the time to raise his spiritual power first. After all, it was related to the strength of his strength in the spirit cage realm. Opening the system. Physique and spiritual strength were both at the ancestral deity rank 1. This time, Lindong was going to raise his spiritual strength first. After his spiritual strength had been raised to the 10th stage of the ancestral god rank, he would not be able to continue, and the remaining 2,000 divine magnificence points would then be used to raise his physique. This was the first time that Lindong had upgraded his spiritual strength first. In the past, it was always the case that physique was raised first, directly tapping on the plus sign behind the spiritual strength column. The window popped up. Lindong selected yes, consuming 1000 divine magnificence points. The soul then began to feel slightly distended. This was the case with every ascension, and Lindong had long gotten used to it. It was much easier to ascend one step at a time. The feeling would only be called sour if it was a breakthrough to a large realm. Even though he had already experienced this more than once or twice, every time his spiritual power broke through a large realm, Lindong still carried some fear in his heart. It was indeed not a pain that an ordinary person could endure. It was fortunate that Lindong's willpower was strong enough to survive all the way through. It did not take long for the mental strength to rise from the first stage of the Ancestral God level to the second stage of the Ancestral God level. The operation continued to be repeated. Another 1000 divine magnificence points were consumed. The mental strength was raised from Ancestral God grade 2nd order to Ancestral God grade 3rd order. Then, Ancestral God grade 4th order, Ancestral God grade 5th order. Eventually, the spiritual power stopped at the Ancestor God level 10th step, which was the level of the Ancestor God limit. 9000 divine magnificence points were consumed. There were still over 2000 points left. Lindong again clicked on the plus sign behind physique. A wave of operations came down. The remaining 2000 divine magnificence points were also consumed. The physique had reached the 3rd stage of the Ancestral God level. The battle power was still at the early Ancestral God level, and the physique would only be considered to have entered the middle Ancestral God stage when it reached the 4th Ancestral God level. However, for Lindong, there was no difference between early and mid Ancestral God level. There would be no one in the Star Void realm who would be his opponent anyway. Even if it was the 9th level civilization, Spirit Lan domain, where the Lan clan's people came, it would be the same. Facing an Ancestral God level powerhouse in the last realm of the Divine Brightness realm, the Blue clan would have to kneel as usual. After all the ascension was over, Lindong should have returned to the Spirit Cage realm. However, he did not and instead walked out of the place of seclusion. Feeling that this ascension had not taken much time, he was prepared to go out for a stroll. When he came outside, it was pitch black. Lindong was delighted in his heart. Great, it was actually night. Without informing anyone, he arrived at the place where Yun Shi and the others lived. Letting go of a portion of his spiritual energy, he found the room where Yun Shi was resting. Quietly, he entered the room. The darkness did not stop Lindong's sight. At a powerhouse of his level, there was no longer any difference between day and night. Looking at Yun Shi, who was resting on the bed, Lindong's heart was filled with guilt. Speaking of which, Yun Shi was his proper girlfriend. But with things having developed to this point, Lindong did not know how to deal with the relationship with so many women. He knew that Yun Shi had actually accepted everything a long time ago, but Lindong could never get past that hurdle in his heart. It had dragged on like this until now, and there was no solution. Alas! The thought of this aspect gave him a headache. Lindong does not want to fail and hurt every woman around him who is good to him and willing to sacrifice for him. I guess it is the childhood upbringing that creates this kind of character that cannot be said to be good or bad. At that time, he stayed at the second uncle's house. The second uncle's family got his parents' compensation money, but did not give Lindong the appropriate respect. Either they beat or scolded him. The food he ate was also the family's leftovers to feed the dog. Every day lives in fear and dread. It is precisely through this kind of life in deep water. This is what led Lindong to cherish everyone around him who is good to him. Whether to say that he knows how to be grateful or to say that he is stupid. In short, character could not be developed overnight. It was just that once it was formed, it was indeed difficult to change it. Walked to Yun Shi's bedside and sat down, stretching out his hand to gently caress her pretty face. Not knowing what kind of beautiful dream she was having, it made the corner of Yun Shi's mouth outline a smile. Feeling the delicacy coming from his hand, he looked at the smile revealed in the dream of the person in front of him. Lindong also smiled along with him. It was probably because his caresses started to gradually become harder. The sleeping Yun Shi also felt it and slowly woke up, opening her hazy eyes. A silhouette in front of him startled Yun Shi. "Who are you?" Yun Shi sat up in a hurry, hugging the quilt tightly as she asked nervously. Without waiting for the other party to answer, she was ready to call out loudly to get the others up. Bailey Yanhong lived next door to Yunxi, she wouldn't be afraid of this guy who suddenly appeared. Sister Hong was so strong that she would definitely beat the person in front of her. Lindong also saw that Yunxi was panicking and leaned up to cover her mouth to prevent her from screaming out. If she really woke up everyone else, tonight's world of two would be lost. It was so hard to find such an opportunity. Oh. Yunxi was struggling violently as her mouth was covered. She didn't expect the person in front of her to be so bold as to come and sneak up on her. Didn't know what kind of place this was? Didn't know that her man, Lindong, was the #1 strongest person in the Star Void realm? In the entire Star Void realm, who regarded Lindong as their idol. You really have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. What's that smell? Why is it somewhat familiar? Before Yunxi could think clearly, a voice rang in her ears. Yunxi, don't be afraid, it's me. After saying this, Lindong let go of his hand. He knew that Yunxi would definitely not scream anymore after she realized that it was herself. At this moment, Yunxi was completely confused. A familiar smell. A familiar voice. This person in front of her was the Lindong that she had longed for? Lindong? Is it you? Yunxi asked in a trembling voice. She was not strong enough to support her night vision. Only the rough outline of the person in front of her could be seen. Of course it's me. Otherwise, which man would dare to break into your room in the middle of the night to look for you? I would have to break him into pieces. Lindong lightly laughed. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a soft body enter his embrace and hugged himself tightly. Recently, he had been hugging that little girl, Twan Tuan, every day, and although it was also soft, the feeling was different. Gently placing his hand on Yunxi's back. The two of them were hugging each other like this, neither of them saying anything. Lindong was also enjoying this moment of tranquility. It had been a long time since he and Yunxi, a proper boyfriend and girlfriend, had been alone together like this. Chapter 1191, Long Time No See. A moment later, Yunxi softly asked, Lindong, aren't you in seclusion? Why did you come out again? Isn't it because I missed you? So I quietly came out to see you. Lindong replied with a smile. Thank you, Lindong. I missed you too, so much. The one who should say thank you is me. Yunxi, thank you for being so understanding and understanding. Lindong, I don't want you to thank me. I want you to always remember me and then just look at me once in a while, like tonight. That goes without saying? You are my Lindong's proper girlfriend, who will I remember if not you? The two of them hugged like this, telling each other what was in their hearts. Although they were boyfriend and girlfriend, it had been a long time since they had spoken and chatted alone together. If it were any other woman, she would have been jealous and angry a long time ago. But Yunxi didn't. She was still the same. All that was needed was for Lindong to care once in a while and she would be happy for a long time. Even from the very beginning, she did not have the idea of monopolizing Lindong. This was because Lindong was simply too excellent. So excellent that it sometimes made Yunxi feel scared and inferior, fearing that she would not be worthy of Lindong. From Earth all the way into the depths of the starry sky, from the one Earthming, which was not even a first level, to the current 7th level civilization, Star Void Realm. No matter where one went, Lindong had always been the man who saved all living beings, respected and worshipped by countless living beings. Yunxi sometimes wondered if she had not known about Lindong's breakup from her high school class group and then taken the initiative to pursue Lindong. Perhaps now, she could only watch this dazzling man, slipping away from in front of her, unable to catch him even if she wanted to. She understood in her heart. Among this bunch of women who liked Lindong, regardless of whether it was from the point of view of talent, looks, figure, and status, she herself could not be ranked. Compared to Huang Fuxie, Xiaomu, Yi Qingdao, and these women, she was not even half a star worse. The reason why she was now able to have a superior status amongst all the women and was respected by everyone. It was all because as Lindong's girlfriend, she was the object of Lindong's favor. Hence, Yunxi had been very fortunate. It was good that she had made the first move and established a relationship with Lindong early on. If she had been a little later, I am afraid that everything would have changed. Therefore, Yunxi did not wish for anything. She only hoped that she could occupy a place in Lindong's heart. And it was precisely Yunxi who had such a mindset. The less she went to fight, the more guilt Lindong felt in his heart and the more he favored her. In the end, Yunxi's position in Lindong's heart will be more unshakable. Not to contend was the best contention. This saying was embodied in Yunxi's body, yet she herself was not the least bit aware of it. When dealing with a man like Lindong, one could not act too strong. One had to be genuine and go out of their way to touch his heart. Morongqinga and Huangfu Shiyu were the best examples. The former one had super high self-esteem. At the Huaxia Heaven's Pride event, Lindong had won first place, and according to the rules set by the organizer, Kunlun, he was supposed to marry Morongqinga. It was rejected by him. At that time, Morongqinga viewed herself highly and thought in her heart that there were so many outstanding men pursuing her, and it was his bad eye that Lindong did not want him. As a result, she could only watch as Lindong drove all the way, from disdain to unattainable. If Morongqinga had used the excuse that it was difficult to disobey her master's orders and put down her stance to chase after Lindong, she would have become one of them. She would have become one of them long ago. How could she have almost become Bluefeather's cauldron? Huangfu Shiyu was just the opposite. She had long since discovered Lindong's extraordinary nature. Along the way, it could be said that she had thought of various ways to get close to Lindong. At first, Lindong did not treat her well either. It was only later, when he almost died in order to guard the earth, that Lindong changed his opinion towards her. They could be said to be similar in every aspect, but their endings were very different. Of course, Morongqinga had just experienced a death in life and was saved by Lindong, so perhaps she had already looked down on it. Lindong chatted with Yunxi for a long time and felt that it was almost time. Gently pushing her away, he then looked at the other party. Yunxi also stared blankly at the man in front of her, the man she had secretly liked since her high school days. At that time, she just wasn't brave and was robbed by Zhang Shan first. Luckily, Zhang Shan did not know how to cherish and gave herself a chance. I still remember the first time I met Lindong. He was still a part-time delivery student. In order to save himself, he even spilled the takeaway. From the moment Lindong saved her, Yunxi's heart was completely occupied by the other party and could no longer tolerate anyone else. There was only a distance of 10 centimeters between the two. A couple who had not seen each other for a long time were staring at each other like this. The air was filled with ambiguity. Naturally, they began to lean in and then kiss together. After all, it wasn't the first time. There was no need for either side to be reserved. Soon the room resounded with joyful music. When Lindong first entered the room, he put out his spiritual energy to isolate the room. In the next room was Bailey Yanhong, who he had just known. With Sister Hong's strength, if she did not isolate it, she would definitely hear the movements over here. It did not take long. Yunxi tiredly lay in Lindong's arms and fell asleep. Lindong had wanted to leave directly, but could not bear to do so, so he could only stay for the time being. When it was almost dawn, he knew that he could not leave without leaving. If the other women found out, it would not be easy to explain. Making out with his real girlfriend, but also being made to look like cheating a bit, Lindong was also speechless. As soon as he moved, Yunxi in his arms woke up. "Lindong, are you leaving?" Yunxi asked in a daze. You sleep a little longer." "I'm leaving first, I'll come back to see you when I have time." Lindong replied softly. "Oh. Lindong, go and have a good seclusion. There's no need to worry about me, with all my sisters with me, I'm having a good time." "Understood. Then I'll leave first, lest everyone finds out and I won't be able to leave then." "Good. Bye. Bye." After Lindong finished speaking, he leaned down to give Yunxi a kiss on her forehead and turned around to leave. Until he left. Other than Yunxi, no one noticed. Returning to his place of seclusion, Lindong directly opened his system and entered the Spirit Cage Realm. Spirit Cage Realm, Zhongyang City. Lindong opened his eyes, got up and went to the door and opened the door to his room. The little girl was sitting next to him. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned her head to see Lindong and immediately pounced on him. Lindong also opened his hands and hugged the little girl. Rubbing vigorously in Lindong's arms, she breathed in the scent emanating from Lindong's body in a big gulp. The little girl let out a pleasant sound. It's still warm in Big Brother's arms. Every time Big Brother comes out of seclusion, the comforting smell of his body becomes even more intense. Twan Tuan is starving. Let's go, Big Brother will bring you food. After Lindong finished speaking, he carried Twan Tuan into the room and took out a few spirit medicines and handed them to her. When the little girl saw the spirit medicines, her eyes were glowing and she took over and started eating them. The value of these few spiritual medicines was not low. In a few moments, they were eaten up by the little girl. After the spirit medicine worth hundreds of billions of dollars was consumed, Twan Tuan burped and quickly fell asleep while leaning in Lindong's arms. Chapter 1192 Discovered. 3 days later. Lindong took the 5 elf clan women, namely Twan Tuan, Nya Hongdo, Hiyaoting, and Princess Ib, as well as the remaining elite guards of the Nya clan, kitchen, and left Jiangyang City for the Tier 1 city, Weiyang City. As for the mansion he had just bought not long ago, he had planned to just leave it there. As a result, Nya Hongdo still advocated for it to be sold. In her opinion, Lindong was indeed rich, but he could not be so wasteful. The servants that had just been recruited and given a sum of money were all returned again. The group bought 3 colt carts. Lindong and Twan Tuan traveled in one, Nya Hongdo and the 5 elven women traveled in one, and Hiyaoting traveled in one with the Nya family guards. The 3 colts moved forward quickly. The greatest advantage of the colt beasts was not their speed, but their stability. Those sitting on them could not feel too many bumps and could go for days and nights without rest. Since this was a rush, not a trip to the mountains, naturally the faster the better. Time quickly came half a month later. Lindong and the others came across a 3rd-level city. Everyone did not come down along the way. Unless the colt beasts were tired, everyone stopped. This tertiary city, Lindong was prepared to stay here for a day to purchase some supplies. By the way, he asked Hiyaoting to purchase some treasures. As a merchant, he had often come here before to acquire goods and was still familiar with it. After entering the city, he traveled along the streets where people came and went. He stopped in front of a relatively luxurious-looking inn. Immediately, a waiter from the inn came forward to greet him. Lindong, holding Twan Tuan, first got off the colt. Afterwards, Nya Hongdo also came down with Ibe and the other 5 elf women. However, Ibe's several elf women were all disguised, wearing veils, so that they could not see their faces, not to mention their pointed ears. This was to avoid trouble. After all, if they weren't disguised, if 5 elven women appeared all at once, they couldn't even think of not causing a stir. "Sir, may I ask if you are dining or staying at the inn?" The inn attendant respectfully asked. "Both dining and staying." First organize 2 tables of the most expensive food, and then arrange for a dozen or so of the best guest rooms," Lindong said. When the waiter heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Even the subordinates were staying in the best guest rooms. It was not rare to see such a luxurious boss. At a glance, this male was not an ordinary person. He hurriedly said in a flattering manner, "Good. Please come inside, sir." Lindong held Twan Tuan in his arms and walked in front. Nya Hongdo and Ibe followed, while Hiyaoting and the Nya family guards walked last. Walking into the inn, the first floor was noisy, many people were dining. Lindong and the others were brought to the second floor to sit down and wait for the food to be served. Divided into 2 tables, Lindong, Nya Hongdo, and Princess Ibe and the other 5 elven women sat at one table. Hiyaoting and the Nya family guards sat at one table. Originally, Lindong wanted Hiyaoting to sit over. However, Hiyaoting was unwilling to do so. Having been in the business world for so many years, Hiyaoting still has some discernment. The ones sitting at the table with the prince are all his confidants, so wouldn't he be asking for trouble if he sat over there? Nowadays, he was throwing away everything he had accumulated to follow Lindong. Just leaving the descent point alone required great courage. It was imperative to find a good position for himself. Absolutely not a single mistake could be made. Hiyaoting was unwilling to come, so Lindong did not force him. Anyway, there were only 8 of the Nya family's guards left, and with Hiyaoting there were only 9, so one table was not enough to sit at. The second floor was much quieter than the first floor. There were more than 10 tables in total, all separated, everyone ate their own food, and when someone spoke, it wasn't very loud. It didn't take long for the dishes to start being served. A big table full of food, although they are not precious delicacies, but they look good, colorful and fragrant. When it was time to eat, IBE and the other 5 elven women could only take off their veils, revealing their stunning faces. Nia Hongdo's looks were considered a top beauty amongst the humans, but compared to the exquisite faces of the elf women, they were still quite inferior. For an elf woman to be known throughout the spirit land domain and sought after by all the major powers, there was a certain amount of capital. Twan Tuan didn't eat these ordinary foods, it was useless for her body. It was at the time when everyone was eating deliciously. A noise came from the stairway entrance. The head girl that just came from Ichiwan house was taken by my brother last night. It's so damn energetic, it's simply refreshing. You're a good kid. You spent a lot of money. Money is nothing. Money is a son of a bitch, let's earn more after spending it, huh? The question is, where are you going to earn it? This is not simple. Steal 2 of my father's treasures and sell them at random. You're good. You're really good. You guys can do it too. Forget it. I'm afraid of getting my legs broken by my father. And an attendant was leading the way in front, followed by several young men in the form of eunuchs, who were talking and laughing. After arriving at the 2nd floor, they didn't stop and went directly to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor had to be accessible to people with status. Those with bare money like Lindong could only dine on the 2nd floor. In this regard, Lindong did not care. Where to eat was not eating. He had even eaten at roadside stalls. What did he care about this? Originally, the 2 sides would not have come into contact at all. On one side was a local powerful male, while the other side was a passerby passing through the area. However, just as the last male gentleman was about to step onto the 3rd floor stairs, he casually glanced towards the 2nd floor. As a result, he coincidentally happened to look at Lindong's table and also saw several elven women who were dining. His eyes immediately widened in astonishment. He swore that he had definitely never seen such a good-looking woman. It was not known how many times better looking than the one who had just discussed that she was the head girl of Ichiwan Lu. Immediately, he rushed up the stairs and shouted at the few people. You guys wait. Tianqi, don't make a fuss, will you? The few eunuchs who had already gone upstairs turned around and said with dissatisfaction. You guys quickly come down to see. There's something good. The young man known as Tianqi said again. What are you looking at? Tianqi, are you brats fed up? What's there to see on the 2nd floor? You guys come down and look. Am I going to fool you guys? Isn't it just a few steps? If you don't come down, don't regret it. The several male gentlemen glanced at each other. Then moved to walk down. Tian Laoer and the others were in the same circle. We often played together and all knew each other better, so it shouldn't be so boring. When they reached the stairway, several people followed Tianqi's gaze. One by one, they directly froze on the spot. Dumbfounded, they looked at the several delicate faces in front of them, their eyes almost falling out. Don't look at them as young, but they were all veterans in the game of flowers. They have played with a lot of beautiful women, but they have not played with such a beautiful woman. Not to mention playing with them, they had never even seen them. In just a few seconds, all of them had their mouths open and their mouths were about to flow out. Chapter 1193, Gao Family Hemorrhaging. While Lindong and the others were dining on their way to Weiyang City. At this moment, the atmosphere of the Gao family in Weiyang City was a little tense. This was because after many days, the elf queen Isha had arrived here again. After this period of time of multiple searches, there was still no news of the elf princess Ibe. Despite knowing that Ibe was still alive now. But Isha did not know the specifics. If Ibe had been broken, then all the effort spent by the elf clan over the years would have been wasted, and they would have to continue to spend their energy on cultivating the next elf princess. And the one who caused all these consequences was that first family member of the Gao family, Gao Chen. If it wasn't for him, how could Ibe have fled in a panic and ended up going nowhere? Although Gao Chen had already paid the price of his own stupidity with his life, it wasn't enough. As long as Ibe wasn't recovered. The day the elf queen Isha would not let the Gao family go. The Gao family was also aware of their own shortcomings, and could be said to be fully pleasing to the elf queen Isha, and would do their best to fulfill whatever requests they had. Fortunately, the elf princess escaped at that time. If she had really been caught by Gao Chen and broken her body, the Gao family would have suffered the boundless wrath of the entire elven race. It was likely that the clan would be exterminated over this. Welcome to the Elf Queen's presence in the Gao family, making the Gao family flourish. Gao family head Gao Hong said politely. At the same time, he revealed his smile that was more embarrassing than crying. An ordinary woman of the Elf clan could cause countless forces in the outside world to fight for her, let alone the Elf Queen. Wherever she passed, she definitely attracted the most attention. Every move was something that could only be described with 4 words. Mind-blowing. It was just that Gao Hong didn't have the heart to appreciate the beauty in front of him right now. Everyone knew the purpose of the Elf Queen's visit here. However, there was nothing they could do about it in the Gao family. The Elf Princess was very important to the Elf clan. This was not a secret in the Spirit Land domain. Nowadays, the Elf Princess had disappeared because of the Gao family's direct son, Gao Chun. The Gao family had sent out almost all of their forces to search for her, but they hadn't found her even now. It would be strange for the Elf clan to let the Gao family go. They can't fight. Looking for other good friends to help, once they heard that it was the elves, they were not willing to get involved. The mistake of a full-fledged playboy caused such a great loss to the Gao family. The Gao family was also in pain. Gao Hong, you think I like to run to your Gao family when I have nothing to do, don't you? The Elf clan still has a whole lot of things waiting for me to go back to deal with, but now that IBE hasn't been found, I'm being dragged in the spirit cage realm and I can't go back, and all of this is caused by your Gao clan, so tell me, what should I do? Elf Queen Isha asked with an expressionless face. Queen Isha, for the disappearance of the Elf Princess, all of us in the Gao family feel guilty, and Gao Chen also paid the price of his life for this, and now the Gao family has even sent out the entire force in the spirit cage realm to search for it, so please ask Queen Isha to spare my Gao family. Gao Hong said in a low voice. I'll spare you guys? Then who will spare IBE? Do you know how much effort it takes for our elf clan to cultivate an elf princess? Isha stared at Gao Hong with a stern tone. Gao Hong was stared at somewhat unnaturally by Isha. In the end, he was still a normal man. As long as he was a normal man, no one would be able to resist Queen Isa's seductive power. Whoever could conquer Queen Isha would definitely be famous throughout the Spirit Land domain. Queen Isha, I admit that the disappearance of the Elf Princess has a lot to do with my Gao family, but it's not entirely my Gao family's responsibility, right? It's not like you don't know how popular elf women are in the Spirit Land domain, not to mention in this spirit cage world. Gao Chen is my Gao family's playboy, who is uneducated and unprofessional, and it's only natural for him to be mischievous when he meets a few flowery elf women in the wilderness, and he's also paid enough for his behavior, so I also ask that Queen Isha not to hold on to it anymore. Gao Hong said stiffly. How? According to you, it's my elven race's fault? It's us who shouldn't walk outside? It's you smelly men who can't control yourselves, but you're blaming it on my elf tribe. What a joke. Isha sneered. If I guessed correctly, the elf princess should have secretly entered the Linglong realm. It didn't go through your consent, otherwise it's impossible to bring only a few maidservants. Even if she wasn't encountered by my Gao clan's people, but was seen by other forces, the consequences would be similar, and she might not even have a chance to escape. Gao Hong, are you trying to shirk your responsibility now? A cold light flashed in Isha's charming eyes that mesmerized all men. Queen Isha, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to shirk my responsibility, I'm just elaborating on other possibilities. The elf princess has already disappeared for such a long time. Even if she's retrieved, it's unlikely that she'll be the next queen of the elves, so whatever conditions your elf clan has, just put them forward. My Gao family will do their best to fulfill them all. Gao Hong directly showed his cards. Obviously, he also felt that the possibility of the elf princess being able to guarantee an intact body was very small. Then it would be easier to just line up directly and say it out in the open. What do you, the elf clan, want? But whatever I, the Gao family, can afford to give, I will give it, as long as I can resolve this matter perfectly and leave no aftermath. In theory, the spirit cage realm is just an illusion. Even if you are broken in it, your physical body in the real world is still intact and won't have any effect. The problem was that if one wanted to succeed the position of the queen of the elf clan, one had to accept the last elf queen to pass on a secret art. But once an elf woman had experienced both men and women, she would not be able to accept this particular secret art inheritance. So even if one's physical body was intact in the real world and was unable to receive the secret art inheritance, it would be impossible to become the queen of the elves. Isha, as the queen of the elf clan, she was still intact now, and IBE was not her biological daughter. When the elf clan needed to raise an elf princess, they would look for a baby in the entire clan that had been tested and met the standards in all aspects, recognize the elf queen as her mother, and be raised by her to take over her position. The elven race was small in number, but extremely united. Almost all of the elf clan were willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of their own clan. Isha sniffed and the expression on her face gradually calmed down. Things had already happened. Then it was only fair to at least recover some of the losses. This was also the meaning of her several visits to the Gao family. Since Gao Hong had said so, there was no need for her to hide it. Good. Gao Hong, just like you said, IBE sneaked into the spirit cage realm by herself. She is responsible for this matter as well. I won't make things difficult for you. Later on, I will give you a list, gather all of the items on it, and send them to my elf clan, and this matter will end here, and my elf clan won't pursue the matter again in the future. Deal. Gao Hong agreed in one gulp. The final direction of this matter could only be like this. The Gao family hemorrhaged money and compensated for the matter. If it really became a big deal and fell out, it wouldn't be good for anyone. The elf clan had always played the role of the good old man in the spirit land domain, sending out many elf clan women to curry favor with the major powers. Everyone tends to ignore the strength of the elves. Anyone who dares to underestimate the elf clan is prone to suffer great losses. Not to mention other things. The elf queen's secret technique has been passed down from generation to generation. It is said that it has the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Whoever pisses them off will definitely suffer. Chapter 1194, Where did you come from? Elf Queen Isha left the Gao family after reaching an agreement with Gao Hong. She still had to continue expanding her search for IBE's whereabouts. If she couldn't find it again, then she would have to go back first. As the Queen of the Elves, the elf clan still had a lot of things waiting for her to take care of. It was impossible to stay in the spirit cage realm all the time. The matter of recultivating an elf princess also needed to be put on the agenda. During this period of time, Isha wasn't idle either. Every day, she ran around the surrounding lofty mountains, hoping to discover traces of IBE. The result was nothing. It was as if IBE had evaporated. Both the elf clan and the Gao family had invested a large amount of manpower, and not even a single clue had been obtained. By all rights, IBE had not entered the spirit cage realm for a long time, and with her character of roaming the mountains and enjoying the scenery, it was unlikely that she would have traveled far. Unless she had met with an accident and fell into the hands of someone else after escaping Gao Chen's capture. After this person captured IBE, he didn't flaunt it in a high profile like Gao Chen did when he captured a few elven women, but instead, he quietly hid it. That was why the current situation was created. Knowing that the person IBE was still alive, he just couldn't find the location. Whether it was the elf queen Isha or the Gao family clan Gao Hong, they all understood that even if they found IBE, they probably wouldn't be able to accept the inheritance of the secret art and succeed the elf queen. That was why the Gao family was willing to hemorrhage money to compensate for the loss of the elf clan. For example, the 4 elf women that Gao Chen captured were enjoyed by him that night, and in the time to come, he tortured them even more. As long as IBE was caught, her fate wouldn't be too different. Of course, even so, Elf Queen Isha still had to find the person who captured IBE. The princess of the elf clan wasn't something that anyone could touch. Even if the other party was the Star Void Realm's power over the top, they still had to come up with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, the entire elf clan would not let up. Next, the elf clan began another wave of search. If this wave was still ineffective, they would have to temporarily retreat part of it first. The elves were few in number, and they didn't have the energy to stay in the spirit cage realm all the time. At this moment, IBE was dining at a third-tier city on her way. Her location was still at least 2.5 months away from the unseen city. Nor did she know that her mother, the elf queen, was searching for her with all her might. It was mainly because Isha hadn't thought that IBE would run that far, and with her limited manpower, she could only search around Weiyang City. She didn't dare to make a big fuss yet. In case IBE was captured, wouldn't it alert the snakes? Then it would be even more difficult to find IBE. There was even a high possibility of finding a deserted place to dispose of IBE in order not to offend the elves. That was why Isha hadn't dared to be too vocal. The fact that Black Fox was able to know IBE's identity was also thanks to his network of connections in Weiyang City. On this side, Lindong and the others were having a meal. At the location of the stairway on the second floor, a few males were staring intently at the faces of a few of IBE's elven women. That face. Simply too exquisite, too psychedelic, too beautiful. They had never seen such beautiful women in their entire lives. If one could possess one, it was definitely a great fortune in life. After watching for a while, a few people came back to their senses and glanced at each other. Lascivious smiles appeared on their faces. They also did not go up to the third floor and walk straight towards Lindong's table. Having arrived at their territory, where was the reason to let go? Although Lindong had his back to the stairway, he could his strength, the conversation of several people were heard clearly. In his heart, he was helpless. He had long known that with IBE's several elven women's appearance, being seen by other men would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Only then did he let them put on a veil to cover the elf race's unique pointed ears. As a result, I didn't expect to be discovered during the meal. One could not wear a veil even for a meal. Lindong was not afraid of these people either. A small third-level city, all the forces combined were not enough for him to pinch with one hand. He just did not want to cause trouble and waste time. Since he had already been discovered, there was nothing he could do about it. His code of conduct has always been, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. We don't cause trouble, but we are definitely not afraid of it either. What could Lindong do if others were to come looking for death on their own? Every time he killed someone, it was because they came to his door and were forced to do so. A few gentlemen quickly walked to the table where Lindong was eating. Taking a closer look, what a guy. A man about their age, paired with 6 jade-like beauties. No matter which one of them was, they were all far, far more beautiful than the women they had played with over the years. Even the one who was slightly older and had a slightly worse appearance was full of seductive power, letting people look at her and not be able to move their eyes away. And those 5 young ones are even more needless to say. I've never seen a woman with such exquisite and beautiful appearance in my life. There is no difference between them and the ones who came out of the painting. There is only one thought in everyone's mind. This kid in front of them was really blessed with a lot of color. Where did you come from? I don't think I've seen much of you. One of the taller-looking males asked out loud. I have traveled a long distance and passed by here, so I came in to have a meal and rest for the night. Please do not disturb me, thank you. Lindong returned very politely. He also did not want to cause trouble. If these people left this way, Lindong would naturally not take the initiative to find trouble with others. Tianqi and a few other eunuchs were delighted in their hearts. With a little bit of scheming, they might be able to take down a few beauties tonight and have a kiss. Looking at the faces of the several beauties, Tianqi and the others only felt their blood boiling. They couldn't wait to take them to a guest room immediately and have a good time. Brother's words are wrong. Since we have arrived at our brother's territory, how can we not do our landlord's favor? Wouldn't outsiders laugh at our brother's lack of manners if we spread the word? I'll cover all your food and lodging. Tianqi patted his chest and said generously. What he did was of course to get the attention of a few people who didn't have that. Right. Tianqi is right. When you come to our territory, just obediently listen to our brother's arrangements, otherwise it will be rumored, how disgraceful for our brothers. Another person concurred. Lindong inclined his head to look at a few people and saw that their gazes were all on IBE and the girls and they did not even look at themselves more. How could one not understand what these people meant? It was to find an excuse to get close to him. Then they would think of a way to get the IBE girls. Slightly shaking his head. A bunch of dudes. Lindong was somewhat puzzled. Were these guys all lower body thinking animals? They did not care who the other party was and whether they could afford to offend them, they could not wait to pounce on a beautiful woman when they saw one. At this moment, Tianqi and the others only had beautiful women in their eyes, everything else was automatically ignored. The spirit cage realm was different from the real world after all. Here, the big shots all rarely left the descending point. Everyone went their own way. The ones running around were all businessmen. Tianqi and the others were used to being arrogant in the local area and had narrowed their horizons, pretty much the same situation as the Mo family's great young man in Jiangyang City. Chapter 1195 Align. He Yaoting, who was at the other table, noticed the situation over here. As someone who had just followed Lindong. At this moment, he could not just stand by and watch. Even if with Lindong's strength, he would not even put these few cats and dogs in his eyes, he still had to do what he had to do. So he got up and walked over. Very politely, he said, "A few young masters, my son likes to be quiet, and we are just passing through this place. We will leave tomorrow, so please don't disturb us, thank you." Tianqi and the others were instantly unhappy. The originally smiling faces turned gloomy. An underling also ran over with to talk to them? Who gave the guts? Scram! "I'm talking to your son, who are you?" "Just a dog, what qualifications do you have to come up and interrupt?" "Believe it or not, today I will cut off your dog's tongue, so that you will never be able to speak again?" Tianqi angrily rebuked. He Yaoting wasn't angry either. He didn't have much of a background in the real world. When he first came to the spirit cage realm, it could be said that he had nothing. Every day, he ran around on the road to the various cities, and suffered from a few insults and blank stares, and sneers and taunts. Later, after accumulating little by little, he gradually gained a firm foothold in Jiangyang City and became a slightly more famous businessman with assets. These years of experience made He Yaoting understand. Money is nothing. You have to have background and strength. Otherwise, if you are not careful, even if you earn a lot of money, you may be doing it for others. When he met Lindong, He Yaoting gave up everything he had accumulated over the years and chose to follow Lindong without hesitation, recognizing Lindong as his master. It was because he wished to lean on the big tree of Lindong. Otherwise, his development had basically reached the top. If he continued any further, he would likely be spied upon by other forces. This young He Yaoting was just about to continue speaking. He was interrupted by Lindong. "Boss He, you go back first. Just leave this place to me." Lindong had taken He Yaoting in specifically for him in contacting merchants from all over the world to spend money on treasures, not to be aggravated. The first gift before the first soldier had already been done. If these guys kept pestering him, don't blame him for not giving face and starting the second soldier. "Yes, Your Excellency." He Yaoting respectfully finished, then returned to his table. All that needed to be done had been done, and it was true that he himself could not solve these groundlings. Their target was clearly the several elven women that Lindong had spent a huge amount of money and bought. "Several people, we are only resting for one night and do not wish to have any interactions with you, so please leave before I get angry," Lindong said indifferently. "Yo ho! Kid, a few of our brothers are giving you face, don't give us face. Know what kind of place this is? Know who our brothers are? Dare to talk to us like this, you are afraid that you don't want to leave." Tianqi sneered. The situation over here also attracted the gazes of the other table guests on the second floor. However, after they saw Tianqi's few people, they all silently lowered their heads and continued to eat their own food. Obviously, they knew that the identity of a few people was not something they could afford to mess with. At the same time, their hearts also mourned for Lindong and his group. Being targeted by these few dilettantes, one would not even think of leaving safely without fulfilling their demands. "I don't care who you guys are. I'm saying it once again, get out of my sight and don't affect my meal," Lindong repeated again. "Kid, I'm telling you, you're in trouble. Now it's useless even if you kneel down and kowtow to us to apologize. This young master wants you to know what will happen if you mess with someone you can't afford to mess with." "Tianqi, don't be so absolute. If this kid is willing to lend a few beauties to our brothers to enjoy, we can still let him go. It's better to settle an injustice than to tie it up. Why use force when you can settle things peacefully? Brother, don't you think so?" The two of them were talking, and they were about to touch the face of the elf woman on the far side. They had never seen such a beautiful and charming face before. They couldn't help but want to touch it. As soon as they thought of being able to kiss her at night, their hearts itched too much to bear. As a result, before they could touch it, the person let out a miserable scream. "Ah!" The entire body flew out. Boom! It smashed against the wall not far away and fainted. The one who struck out was not Lindong. Rather, it was the pinched red bean sitting next to Lindong. Changning City, where the Nie family was located, was also a Tier 3 city. To be able to become the helmsman of the Nie family in the spirit cage realm, Nie Hongdo's strength was not considered weak, and her status was at least on par with the heads of the several major forces in the city at her feet. These few dilettantes in front of them should only be comparable to the Nie family's Niefeng and Niefrost, or maybe even worse. Originally, Niefrost had followed Nie Hongdo to Jiangyang City, but after selling the Silver King Jiao Dragon and the Fierce Beast Inner Dan, Nie Hongdo had discussed with the head of the Nie family and decided that he wanted to follow Lindong, so he had arranged for him to go back to Chining City. The sudden scene. It directly stunned Tianqi and the others, as well as the other diners on the second floor. Everyone looked at Nia Hongdo with disbelief, not believing that she dared to strike out and injure someone. Tianqi and the others, who had encountered this situation for the first time, were confused. Rampaging for so many years. It had always been them bullying people. When was it someone else's turn to bully them? You. Tianqi pointed at Nia Hongdo, and after half a day of you, he couldn't say a complete sentence. I tolerate you guys for a long time, a group of uneducated bastards, all day long do not learn to be good, just know that bullying, gongzi good temper, give you the opportunity, do not want to take care of you, you not only do not cherish it, but also started to fight, the old lady's temper cannot be good, you guys are looking for death by yourselves, so you cannot blame me. Nia Hongdo said in a cold voice. Lindong also put down the cutlery in his hands at this time and turned his head to look at the several people who were standing there at a loss for words. You family young masters, you usually beat up the young ones and come to the old ones, right? Then go quickly to get help. I'll be waiting for you here, come late and we can leave. Since it's all been done. Then let's just settle it all together. Just like the Amo family, once and for all. Tianqi's few people came back to their senses and looked at Nia Hongdo in fear before slowly backing away until they bent down to pick up the person who had been knocked out by Nia Hongdo when they retreated to his side. Finally, they looked deeply at Lindong and the others and left silently. They were not stupid, and everyone understood the reasoning that a good man should not be beaten beforehand. It could be seen from that strike just now. The woman who had struck was very strong and was not something that they could deal with, so they could only leave for the time being, go back and bring people with them, and come back to retrieve the scene. This place is their territory. Injured someone here and still want to leave? Dream on. With regards to the departure of the few dudes, Lindong did not make any indication and looked at Ibe and asked, Princess Ibe, didn't scare you guys? Sorry. Mr. Lin, it's all because of us that you got into trouble. Ibe said with an apologetic face. It's fine. These guys are probably arrogant and spoiled in their usual ways, and they are in need of cleaning up. Lindong smiled and did not take it to heart. A few dudes were not worth his attention. The table continued to dine. Uncharted City. Elf Queen Isha set off once again with a few elf clan powerhouses, embarking on the path to search for Ibe. And this time, the direction they were advancing in was being on a line with Lindong and the others. Perhaps it would not be long before the two sides would meet on the way. Chapter 1196 Star Soul Grass. After Tianqi's few people left, those who were dining on the second floor relaxed. Obviously, these few dudes made them feel nervous and scared, perhaps because they had suffered greatly over the years. Those who could dine on the second floor were not ordinary people, they were all business owners with a little bit of money. They could only bow down when facing the local big family power, not daring to offend in the slightest. This gentleman, I think you'd better leave quickly. Tianqi Shao must have gone back to call someone, there's several big families set the rules for the entire city, and no one who offends them has a good ending. Yeah. As long as it's something they have their eyes on, there's nothing they can't get, it's the best choice to hurry up and leave while we're here, or else when these guys come back with people, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. The diners on the second floor of the inn began to talk, all giving Lindong ideas to leave quickly. They did not think that Lindong, a passerby, could have the strength to arm wrestle with a few big clans. Although everyone would love for the several Tianqi dudes to meet a tough opponent and give them a little lesson so that they would not be so overbearing in the future. But that was unrealistic. Those guys had been arrogant for so many years and nothing had happened to them. Thank you all for your kind words. Since these few brats are so unforgivable in your mouths, I will do the people a favor today and also let everyone live a good life in the future. Lindong calmly said. Gongzi, you are not aware of. Alas. Forget it, I guess you can't listen even after saying it, take care. I will leave first, you guys eat slowly. One of them finished, sighed, and got up to leave. He did not want to get involved. Nor did he believe what Lindong said. Thinking that the other party was bragging. One person laughed. The others also got up to politely bid farewell to Lindong. Not leaving now. When Tianqi Shao's dudes came, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. When the time comes, it will be the gods fighting and the mortals suffering. It did not take long for all the other diners on the second floor to leave, leaving only Lindong's 2 tables. Everyone continued to eat and drink well. Don't affect your appetite. After rushing for so long, we can finally have a good meal. Don't waste it all, eat slowly, you must finish it all. Lindong voiced out. Yes, Your Excellency. He Yao Ting and the guards replied loudly. The master had given the word. The subordinates could of course only comply. They had all seen Lindong's true strength. Even the Mo family of the second-tier city Jiangyang City had gone against Lindong, resulting in hundreds of strong men and the almost instantaneous annihilation of their entire army. Among them, Mo Buqian was also the current city lord of Jiangyang City. That battle could be said to have reshuffled the cards of Jiangyang City. A small third-level city. Even if all the forces were connected, what was the point? Could it reach a family like the Mo family? Obviously cannot reach. The Mo family is not even close, let alone Lindong, who instantly destroyed the Mo family. As long as that so-called Tian Qishao dares to bring someone here, he is doomed. A small episode did not affect the mood of the crowd's meal, everyone still ate and drank. He Yao Ting and the guards were secretly happy in their hearts. Following the right master is different. If in the past, offending this kind of snake, the end result could only be an apology and compensation. Now, it was completely reversed. Soon, the owner of the inn, an old man, hurriedly ran over and said anxiously to Lindong. This gentleman, you should quickly take the people and leave. Once Tian Qishao comes back, they will not be able to leave. When you are out, it is better to do more than less. Peace and harmony make wealth. If things get out of hand, it will not be good for anyone. This meal is my treat for all of you. Everyone leave quickly, okay? He was not trying to help Lindong. Rather, he was trying to help Lindong, but what if the inn was destroyed after the conflict here? Who to ask for the damages? Tian Chi's group of dudes? Forget about it. Unless one did not want to hang around in this city anymore, they would only provoke those assholes. However, from the innkeeper's years of experience, the group of people in front of him was not something to be messed with. Old sir, you are the owner here, right? Lindong asked as he ate. Precisely. The old man replied. No need to worry. If we damage anything here, we will double the compensation and will definitely not let you suffer. My lord, compensation or not is a small matter. I am worried about your safety. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in the ground. Tian Qi's guys have always been arrogant and bossy. After suffering such a big loss today, they will definitely not stop. Anyway, you guys are only resorting to staying here for one night. It's the same for you to leave now. Do you see what I am saying, right? Lindong sniffed, put down the cutlery in his hands, looked at the old man, smiled and said. That is a reasonable statement, old sir. However, now is not a time when we can leave whenever we want to. If my guess is right, the outside should be filled with people who are watching us. No matter where we go, we will be approached. Since this is the case, what's the point of wasting that energy? Wouldn't it be better to just wait here? Only when we are full will we have the strength to fight, no? At this time, the Twan Tuan in Lindong's arms slowly woke up, and upon hearing about the fight, immediately came to life. Big brother, who are you going to fight with? Twan Tuan will help you. Let's beat up the bad guys hard together. Twan Tuan is good. Fighting is a matter for adults. You are still young, don't think about fighting and killing all day long. Children should have the appearance of children. Fighting this kind of thing. Wait until you grow up, eat first. Continue sleeping after eating, sleep a few more times and Twan Tuan will grow up. Lindong reached out and touched the little girl's head, taking out an elixir that emitted a bit of starlight and handing it to her. Twan Tuan's eyes lit up as she took the elixir. Thank you, big brother. When I grow up, I will definitely help big brother beat up bad guys. After saying this, she ate the spirit medicine in a few bites and then proceeded to lie down on Lindong's arms to increase the increase, found a comfortable position and slept. The little girl woke up fast and slept fast. Her body needed a huge amount of energy to help it recover its soul power. Don't look at the fact that you just ate just one spirit medicine. That was a valuable star soul grass. It was more valuable than the inner pills of ferocious beasts. It was a heavenly treasure that was sent over by the other 3 major forces in Jiangyang City when they came to visit after Lindong had destroyed the Mo family. Of course, in the end, Lindong had also spent money. How could he miss this opportunity to obtain divine magnificence points? Nia Hongdo, Princess Ib, and a few other elf women at the same table were already not surprised. Lindong's favoring Twan Tuan was not something that had happened in a day or two, and everyone had long since gotten used to it. The innkeeper on the side, staring at the little girl in Lindong's arms, his eyes straightened. What did he see? This little girl had actually eaten a star soul grass? It should be a star soul grass, right? There could be no mistake. How did she dare to eat it directly? Can a small body withstand the energy of the star soul grass? Wasn't it afraid of being burst? Also, not to mention whether she could withstand it or not. Even if she could. Such a precious heavenly treasure was just eaten by her in 3 or 2 bites. That scene just now could be said to have turned the innkeeper's perception upside down. Chapter 1197, Impending Encounter. The innkeeper was stunned. Just based on the fact that this young male in front of him was able to take out the star soul grass and give it to the little girl in his arms to eat as a snack. It was not an ordinary character. At least the few dudes from Tian Shi Shao couldn't do it. Don't look at the power behind them, the rule makers of this city under their feet. It was also the same that they couldn't take a heavenly treasure of this level of star soul grass. This person's identity was definitely not simple. Tian Shi Shao and the others might encounter a tough opponent this time. Since Your Excellency insists on waiting here, there is nothing I can do, so feel free to mention whatever you need. I will try my best to fulfill it, as a bystander. In fact, I also hope that Your Excellency can give Tian Shi and the others a lesson, so that these guys will collect a little more in the future and stop being so arrogant and domineering as they used to be. Knowing that Lindong's identity was not simple, the innkeeper did not continue to persuade him to leave. In his heart, he was still vaguely looking forward to the moment when the two sides would collide. What need, just want to have a meal in peace. Sir, follow me to the 3rd floor. The environment there will be a bit better. The innkeeper suggested. The 3rd floor was where the VIPs dined. No need, this place is quite good. Lindong refused. Then please enjoy your meal, I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything, just ask, I am always waiting. After saying this, he bowed his body and continuously backed away, leaving the 2nd floor. At the same time, all the guests of the entire inn were temporarily invited out by the waiter. Once a fight broke out later, the consequences would be unpredictable. It wouldn't be good to hurt the guests. The owner was still quite responsible. After finishing their meal, Lindong and the others did not leave but waited patiently. Soon there was movement from outside the inn. A group of hundreds of people surrounded the inn. Fortunately, the owner of the inn had let all the guests withdraw earlier. Otherwise, it would be a dream to come out after being surrounded. Lindong and the others stayed on the 2nd floor of the inn. Outside were the guards of several local big families. On the further outside layer were the onlookers. Everyone was looking at everything in front of them curiously and talking, and those who did not understand what was going on looked for the ones next to them to inquire about it. Tian Chi and the others didn't chase these onlookers away. They had lost their face, naturally they had to get it back under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Today, they must establish their authority. At this time a group of people walked into the inn. The leader was still the same few dudes who had just suffered a loss and left from here. However, this time, in addition to bringing hundreds of guards, there were also more than 20 experts from several big clans. A group of almost 30 people just walked into the middle of the inn and arrived at the 2nd floor where Lindong was. It was while the crowd outside was quietly waiting for the outcome. Suddenly, bang bang bang. A series of sounds rang out. Immediately afterward, the windows on the 2nd floor of the inn all shattered. A figure flew out from the broken windows. The people below felt like making way for an open space. Then the people who flew out of the 2nd floor windows landed on the open space. Everyone hurriedly cast their gazes over. Those people who were lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive, turned out to be a few of Tian Chi's dudes, as well as the experts they had brought into the inn. Lindong's voice was then heard from the 2nd floor. Within today, I need a reasonable explanation, otherwise there is no need for the several great clans to exist. Roll. The last word roll was like a heavenly might that shook the hundreds of guards of the several great clans that were guarding around the inn and sent them flying tens of meters away. Strangely enough, the more peripheral Guagua crowd was not affected. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Who was this person? Too powerful. I'm afraid that the several great clans were not his opponents. Is this going to change the sky? A month had quickly passed. Lindong had left that tertiary city a month ago. On the evening of the day he made his move, the family heads of several large clans brought Tianqi and the others to personally apologize at their door, after determining that Lindong was not someone they could mess with. In front of Lindong, he directly shot a few of Tianqi's dilettantes, sacrificing one person to save the entire family. This deal was still a good deal. Many treasures were also sent out. In the end, Lindong accepted the apology and accepted the treasures. Of course, the treasures were to be paid for. It was a waste not to give away the divine greatness points that were sent to the door. After harvesting a wave of divine greatness points, Lindong left with his people the next day. After a month of rushing, they were one step closer to their goal, the Tier 1 city, Weiyang City. The total journey of more than 3 months. A small half of it had already been traveled. And in front of Lindong, a special team was also rapidly moving forward. Their direction of advancement was just opposite to Lindong's team. The reason why they were said to be special, it was because the entire team of 7 or 8 people were all women. Still, they were the kind of beautiful women who were beautiful to the extreme. They were comparable to the several elf women from IBE in Lindong's team. They were no one else. It was none other than the queen of the elf clan, Isha, who had come to the spirit cage realm to search for the elf princess, as well as the elf guards around Isha. The elf queen had also been harassed quite a bit along the way, even though they covered their ears that represented the elf clan and wore veils. But with that exclusive figure, they could also kill 99.9% of human women. It naturally caused male prying eyes. But the males who dared to mess with Isha, without exception, all of them were beaten up and couldn't take care of themselves. According to the speed of the two teams, it would only take about 10 days before they met together. IBE didn't know yet. Her mother, the queen of the elf clan, had already personally arrived at the spirit cage realm to search for her whereabouts. She was still waiting for Lindong to send herself to Amber City, one of the 8 main cities in the spirit cage realm. There was the descent point of the elf clan, and only through Amber City could IBE return to the real world. As the princess of the elf clan, IBE could not leave the elf clan. She could only stay in the elven forest. Until she accepted her mother's inheritance and took over as the queen of the elves, she would not have the opportunity to leave. Growing up in the elven forest made IBE curious about the outside world. She also knew that it was impossible for her to go out. Therefore, she sneaked into the Linglong realm, wanting to experience a different life here. However, she didn't expect that not long after entering the Linglong realm, she encountered a crisis, and 4 of the 8 maids brought in were captured. In the end, even he himself was captured. Luckily, after a lot of trouble, IBE met Lindong. This peculiar human man. The elven women that other normal men could not refuse seemed to lose their attraction in front of Lindong. He seemed to have no interest in women. It was not known if it was a physiological defect. If that was the case, then it would be a real pity. After all, with Lindong's looks and strength, it would be difficult for women to resist. Of course, none of this had anything to do with her. IBE's identity predetermined that she could not have a man. Chapter 1198, Small Beast Tide. 10 days later. On an unknown high mountain, a tree with huge roots and branches grew. At the top of the giant tree stood an ethereal figure. She stood so quietly at the top of the tree, her beautiful eyes looking at the endless green forest in the distance, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly a figure appeared behind her, kneeling down on one knee and respectfully reporting. "Your Majesty, the surroundings have been searched, there is no mark left by the princess." The person standing at the top of the tree was none other than the queen of the elves, Isha. With Weiyang City as the center point, there were elf clan powerhouses and Gao clan people searching in all directions. They had chosen this direction to search all the way. There was still no trace of the elf princess IBE. As time passed, Isha was also on the verge of not being able to withstand the pressure exerted by the elders in the clan and could only go back to deal with the affairs of the clan first. But she was not willing. The princess of the elf tribe couldn't just disappear so silently. No matter who did it, there had to be an explanation for the elf clan. "Do you think IBE was captured by the miscreants?" Isha opened her mouth and asked. "It's possible." "How big is this possibility?" "Very large. If the princess hadn't been captured, he would have left behind a mark unique to the elf clan, and the fact that we've spent so much energy and searched for such a long time, and have only ever found it in the middle distance between Amber City and Unseen City, means that it was left behind when the princess hadn't been captured. In that case, even if we expend more energy, we might still find nothing? If the person who captured the princess has certain connections, understands what we did in the Gao family in Weiyang City, and knows that we are looking for him, he will definitely hide the princess tightly and never expose the slightest bit of it, and the more anxious we are and the more power we put into it, the more dangerous the princess will be. Then we'll just give up the search? IBE is the princess of my elf clan, and now there is a possibility that she is being abused. As the queen of the elf clan, I am not willing to do that. IBE shook her head. Your Majesty, we are not giving up on searching for the princess, but we need to withdraw most of our forces, leave a small number of eyes and continue to hide in the spirit cage realm. Only if we let the person who captured the princess feel that the situation is no longer tense will he reveal his hand. This may be more efficient, at least we are much better off searching cluelessly here. Isha did not continue to speak. How could she not think of what the elven guards could think of? It was just that she didn't want to go back just like this in the dust. But it was impossible to leave even if she didn't want to now. The elven elders were urging. The search for IBE hadn't made the slightest progress again. Notify all the clansmen to evacuate immediately and return to the Spirit Lawn domain, then we'll go back as well. This is the path chosen by IBE herself, the consequences will be borne by her, perhaps IBE is destined to have this fate. Isha said indifferently. From her tone, no joy or sadness could be heard, only the calmness of a single move. As the queen of the elves who led the elves to glory and was admired by all the people, Isha had long since turned a blind eye to her joy and anger. Even if she was angry in her heart and hated the person who grabbed IBE, she would not show it on her face. Although IBE was not Isha's biological daughter, but has been following Isha to grow up, the two can be said to be inseparable. From once a wailing baby, to now a standing princess, Isha had put too much effort into IBE. The thought of the elf princess, whom she regarded as a jewel, was now being ravaged by some asshole. The anger in the elf queen's heart couldn't help but explode out. Yes, Your Majesty. The elf guards respectfully retreated. Isha did not move. She was waiting for everything to be taken care of before returning to Amber City, passing through the descent point, and returning to the real world to take care of the various matters that were piling up. The elf queen's power was the greatest among the elf clan. Everything needed to be decided by her personally. The role of the elven elders, on the other hand, was to monitor the elven queen on major matters, so that she would put the interests of the elven clan first in everything. In fact, it was because the elf queen's power was too great that the elf clan found a few prestigious elders to limit the elf queen. Isha was not only the person with the most power in the elf clan, but after receiving the inheritance from the previous elf queen, she was the #1 strongest person in the elf clan. Standing at the top of the tree, she couldn't find a target and could only vent her heart's anger at this piece of heaven and earth. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful aura emanated from her. Kiri Kiri. Chirp. 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 Countless birds and beasts in the dense forest tens and hundreds of kilometers around were disturbed by this aura, some burrowing underground, some fleeing into the distance. Their instincts told them that this place was extremely dangerous and they must leave as soon as possible. At this moment, at the edge of the dense forest, on top of a spacious avenue, 3 colt carts were traveling forward. This team was naturally Lindong's group. After more than nearly 2 months of running around, the journey was finally halfway through. Along the way, Lindong and the others had encountered many merchant caravans coming and going. Their 3 colt caravans were somewhat small compared to the caravans that moved tens or hundreds of cars. It was like a family out for a trip. After the last incident, Lindong did not dare to stay at will, and even more so, he did not dare to let the IBE girls come down and show their faces, lest he would cause trouble and delay again. He only wanted to quickly reach the Tier 1 city, Weiyang City, to start a new round of accumulation of Divine Magnificence points. After harvesting a wave of Divine Magnificence points when he left Jiangyang City, another wave had risen in that Tier 3 city pool last time because of IBE's incident. Right now, Lindong's Divine Magnificence points were enough for him to raise his physique to the Ancestral God grade 10th step together as well. With the dual limits in effect, the strength would reach a new height. This height would surpass the godly Ming realm. 1 foot crossed into another higher realm. What exactly was the realm, Lindong did not know. This was because he had yet to return to the real world to ascend. He was prepared to arrive at Weiyang City first. Anyway, whether he raised his physique or not, it would not affect his strength in the spirit cage realm, it would only affect his battle power in the real world. However, in reality, there was no need to be too anxious at all. Ancestral God level strength was completely sufficient to deal with all accidents. The next step was to need 100,000 godly magnificence points in order to continue the breakthrough. Such a large amount. The second and third level city pools could no longer fulfill Lindong's needs and he must head to the first level city pool. After raising his spiritual power to the limit of the next level in the first level city pool, he would then consider traveling to the main city. It was also the Amber City that IBE spoke of. By the way, he would send IBE, the princess of the elven race, back. Lindong was resting his eyes in the cult. Twan Tuan was sleeping soundly in his arms. In less than 2 months, Lindong felt that the little girl had grown a little bit more. Although it was not too obvious, it could still be seen under his careful observation. According to this growth rate, I am afraid that it would only take a year for the little girl to grow into a 15 or 16, or even 17 or 18-year-old girl. Chapter 1199, Found. Lindong, who was resting his eyes in the cult, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a very powerful aura. Despite being very far away, it was still sensed by Lindong. And it was the strongest person he had encountered so far since he had arrived at the spirit cage realm. After only a moment, Lindong continued to close his eyes again and paid no further attention. Although he was tempted to go and meet the other party for a while, he thought better of it. There was no need to provoke right and wrong. At this time, the birds and beasts that had been driven away by the Elf Queen's powerful aura and fled in panic reached the avenue where Lindong and the others were advancing. They were ready to cross the avenue and head to the other side, away from the aura that caused them to feel fear and despair. The entire 10-meter wide avenue was instantly occupied by countless animals. The advancing colt car was also frightened and didn't dare to continue. The fearful voices of various animals came from outside the colt cart. Lindong placed Twan Tuan in a comfortable position. Seeing that the little girl was about to wake up after she broke away from his embrace, he hurriedly comforted, "Twan Tuan, be good, sleep on your own for a while, Big Brother has something to do, he will be back soon." The little girl did not wake up after hearing Lindong's voice and continued to sleep again. Having eaten the heavenly material treasure, she was in the process of recovering her soul and was particularly sleepy. After comforting Twan Tuan, Lindong then stepped out of the cult and his eyes were filled with densely packed animals, all frantically fleeing. It seemed that something was chasing them behind them. This was a small beast tied. Lindong's body leapt and jumped onto the top of the colt. Nia Hongdo, Ibi, He Yaoting, and the others in the 2 colts behind them all came out. All of them revealed curious expressions at this scene. They were weak and couldn't feel that powerful aura. Gongzi. Duke Lin. Seeing Lindong, everyone greeted politely. Lindong nodded in response before looking in the direction from which the animals had fled. That powerful aura was coming from this direction. It was obvious. The reason why the animals were fleeing so frantically was due to the influence of this powerful aura. Was the other party a human or another race? Or perhaps a more powerful ferocious beast? If it was a ferocious beast, it was many times more powerful than the Silver King Jiao dragon that had already formed a ferocious beast inner elixir. When the Silver King Jiao Long encountered this aura, it could only flee. Fortunately, there weren't any powerful ferocious beasts in this forest. Otherwise, if they fled, their destructive power would be great. It was guaranteed that there would be corpses all along the way. Anyone who got in their way would have to die. Lindong was thinking, should he go over and take a look? Anyway, the road was blocked now, so he could not leave even if he wanted to. A voice rang out. "Mr. Lin, do you know what is going on?" Princess Ibe asked curiously. Even Ibe, who had lived in the forest since she was a child, had encountered this situation for the first time. There were also many small animals in the elven forest they lived in, but they had never appeared on such a huge scale. After Ibe asked, Nia Hongdo and the others also cast their curious gazes over. It was obvious that everyone wanted to know. There is a very powerful aura in that direction. All these animals should have been threatened by that aura before they chose to flee. Lindong pointed behind the animals, deep in the forest, and said, "Very strong? How strong? It's hard to say. The other party is far away and I can only vaguely sense a little." Lindong shook his head. He truly did not know the other party's exact strength. He did not even know if it was a human or another race, or if it was a ferocious beast that had no intelligence and only had instincts. IBE looked at the direction that Lindong was pointing. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient. She could not feel the aura released by the elf queen Isha. Otherwise, she would feel somewhat familiar. After all, she had grown up following Isha since she was a child and knew her well. "Gongzi, since the other party is very powerful, we are blocked here, having unable to advance. Will we meet up with them?" Nya Hondo asked with some worry. "Everyone, don't worry, as of now, the other party has no intention of approaching. Besides, even if they come, isn't this with me?" Lindong smiled. Saying this was not him being proud. Rather, he indeed had this capital. After entering the Linglong realm for such a long time, Lindong had yet to encounter an opponent that could make him slightly more serious. The strength and weakness in the lingering cage realm was an imprint of the soul force in the real world. In other words, the stronger the spirit power in the real world, the stronger the strength after arriving in the spirit cage realm. With Lindong's ancestral god rank 10th stage spirit power, coming to the spirit cage realm was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. In the absence of special circumstances, almost everyone's strength in the spirit cage realm was far worse than in the real world. Soul power was already difficult to cultivate, and was also a weak point for humans. That was why the spirit cage realm was created, allowing everyone to enter here to improve their soul power. Otherwise, what was the point of running to the spirit cage realm when there was nothing else to do? Is it fun? From the aura that Lindong had sensed, the other party was indeed very strong and had never encountered him before, yet he might not be able to defeat him. At the very least, Lindong was not afraid at all, and even wanted to go and meet this strong person. However, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. Firstly, he had something on his mind. Secondly, after he left, he would not be able to take care of Twan Tuan and the others, and it would not be good if there was an accident. There should be quite a few of this kind of strong person in the first-tier cities, so if you want to meet them, it wouldn't be a matter of waiting until they reach the unseen city at any time. On the other side, the elven guards had already arranged everything. Isha jumped off the top of the giant tree and quickly left in the direction of Uncharted City and Amber City. The elven escorts behind them followed closely. They did not take any transportation and hurried on their own. The result of this was that they would get tired after a long time and would need to rest, but their speed was far, far faster than Lindong and the others in a cult. If Lindong was alone, he could also choose to do so. However, with such low-strength people following him, he had no choice but to ride in a cult cart. Otherwise, if he ran at full speed, who would be able to keep up? Isha traveled deep into the forest. Lindong and the others were traveling on the main road. The two were separated by a distance of hundreds of kilometers and could be seen as two parallel lines. However, due to the fact that both sides were advancing in the same direction and had not reached the closest point. As a result, the further Isha moved forward, Lindong felt this powerful aura approaching. If Lindong ignored it, when they passed the nearest point, Isha would be far away. After all, her speed was much faster than Lindong and the others. The distance between them would only grow farther and farther. However, the current Lindong did not know that. He stood on top of the cult and felt the other party's aura getting closer and closer. He frowned. He then released a portion of his aura out as well. The meaning was to tell the other party, "There are also strong people here, don't come over." Isha, who was rapidly advancing, sensed this and her eyes narrowed as she instantly erupted an even more powerful aura and impacted in the direction of Lindong and the others. It quickly crushed the aura released by Lindong and directly enveloped them. IBE was naturally within the shrouded area as well. She immediately sensed the familiarity of the aura and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. At the same time, Isha's advancing footsteps lurched. Monstrous killing intent was revealed in her eyes. With a flash of her figure, she disappeared into the eyes of the several elf guards behind her. Only one sentence was left in the air. IBE has been found, I'll go over first.